sharing, brainstorming, and blessing by seniors to next generation and experts of the current era. I am really overwhelmed to welcome with C.V. Sasar from BHU, Dr. P.V.V. Prasad from Telangana, Dr. Harish Vermaji from Canada, Dr. Mohsin Delvi from World Unani Foundation, New Delhi, Dr. Madan Thangvelu sir from Cambridge, our beloved Dr. V.K. Agnihotriji from Haridwar, and today's speakers, Professor Rakesh Kr.Tewari ji, Dr. Preena Jane.J, Dr. Reju Krishnan, and Dr. Saikat Basu. Really, we are grateful to you all as our resource person, experts, speakers, and well-wishers. Due to your contribution, connections, and continuous support, we are able to touch these heights, and now we are recorded in every record book available in India. Thank you. Thank you again. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Madan Thangvelu, sir. Welcome. So, Dr. Vishnu Prasad Sharma ji is not here. So, I would like to request Professor V.K. Agnihotriji for welcome, and then would like to request respected Madan Thangvelu sir for moderation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan Sharma ji. Namaskar. It's a great day again that we are talking in a continuation of 379th webinar. And pleasure is all ours, as we have got wonderful dignitaries in the platform, and again the speakers of their own cadre. So we do hope that it will be a good and with a unique subject addressed by our speakers, especially Professor Rakesh ji and our colleagues. The idea is this, that we are maintaining this tempo with all protocol so that all the learned persons could come forward with their views and knowledge and share to this international platform. Along with our efforts are always there to invite more and more great scholars as a guest speaker to enlighten us and all the audience to this webinar and webinars coming in the future, so that everybody who is related with Ayush be benefited today and coming days. So I welcome all the great dignitaries of our platform along with our guest speakers. And in this way, with this welcome address, I also take this privilege to say this webinar open for the further activities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Madan sir, welcome. Welcome, Madan sir. Now stage is yours. Today is International Endangered Species Awareness Day. So we related this topic with our Ayurveda, and government has already issued a long list of the species and plants that cannot be exported either in full form, or if they are in compound form also, they will not be exported without the certificate of cultivation. If that is cultivated, then only that can be exported, and the long procedural system is there. So just to inform you, sir, now we need your blessings. Madan sir.
Pawanji, namaskar ji. Agnihotriji ji, pranam. Harish ji, namaskar. We are very happy to be here with everybody. Jayesh ji, namaskar, on this very special day. And today I have changed my backdrop just for a few minutes here, Pawanji, with your permission. I have put a little note here saying, One Earth, One Health, World Order. Yesterday we had a lovely event, and at the concluding part, Agnihotriji, we were talking about holistic health, and Agnihotriji reminded me, I had forgotten all about this idea of one earth, one health, world order. And he was very quick to remind us that we have discussed about matra, about dosages, and we didn't touch on animals, we didn't touch on plants, and they're all part of this big agenda, one earth, one health. And it is here that our government, our Indian government, is providing global leadership. And that global leadership came in September 2015 when Prime Minister Modi addressed the United Nations, and he managed to get in a world record time a resolution passed in the United Nations. That's the fastest with the maximum number of countries, and that was what we celebrate today as the International Day of Yoga. Now, there is a wish that the Indian systems of health and well-being also be understood in its broadest way, and the Ayush systems provides the perspective. And there are many challenges for this across the world. And I hope by highlighting this issue of our understanding of plants and how plants are used for not only human health, but also animal health. The example that we have that our colleagues presented on Rajasthan Day when we celebrated, the archives hold the recordings of all these things, was a formulation called Himalaya Batisa. And Himalaya Batisa is a very, very rich collection of herbs that are used for animal health, very much like we use for human health. India is a proud possessor of one of the largest databases of medicinal plants that is being maintained. I will show you as we go into our presentation, as we go into our discussions, I will show you the screen of the ENVIS FRLHT database that is running out of Bangalore. This is the world's largest information database of medicinal plants, and it is still being evolved. There are about just under 7,000 medicinal plants listed in this database, of which about 1,500 are used routinely in our practice in Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and other traditions. There are a large number of plants. But within that, there is the endangered plant, the red listed plant. So we need to learn a little more about this. And I hope we will learn from our scholars today, our presenters today, a little more about how these endangered plants are being looked after in India. Within that, we have usage of these plants in folk medicine. So that is number one. The most important one is folk medicine. Number two, because that is where we lose plants, because the way they are harvested is not in a scientific way. So we need to learn a little more about that. In Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, and also in traditional Tibetan medicine, naturopathy, how these plants are used. And that awareness and that global leadership is being offered by India. My perspective from where we are, yes, there are databases outside, there are people working on it, but in terms of global leadership and how we are connecting with the world, India provides. And I hope in today's presentations, we will learn a little more about some of these things and how our presenters are offering perspectives. But most of all, not to forget that the challenge that India offers, that India is highlighting, is very important for not only India, for the rest of the world too. And this is the position I hope we will start to connect with. I hope we will connect with that global leadership position, and not only with human health and animal health, but also plants and plant health and the environment. So with those few words, I give the floor back to Pavanji to introduce all our leading speakers today. Thank you all for joining us today. I can see Moshanji is also joining us. Moshanji, namaskar. Moshanji, very happy to have you here with us. And Pavanji's comment is very important, that there are some regulations coming into place, where as the world starts to realize the importance of these plants, unless we can prove that these are cultivated plants, then they shouldn't be understood. But India is still a young country, but even though it is very, very young, it is occupying a very big position in geopolitics, and some of these softer aspects, health of plants, health of animals. We have, before I give Pavanji, I just want to add this one last point here. India is very rich in how we look after animals. And the point I want to make here is of goshalas. We have a tradition going back thousands of years where we look after our animals, the goshalas. And there is a lot of discussion now going on around Uttar Pradesh in particular. We want to convert Uttar Pradesh into a $1 trillion economy. How can we do this? How can we use all this understanding about endangered plants, human health, animal health? How can all this be brought together to make not only Uttar Pradesh, but every state in India, Madhya Pradesh, for instance, why not a $1 trillion economy for each of the states of India? These are the broader perspectives from where we have to approach this. At least that's the broader perspective from where I am approaching all of this in terms of today's event. So welcome all to the platform. We will have more to share as we go along and in the question answer sessions. The usual format is that we try and draw the event to a close by about 8:30. We will try and draw the momentum. You will see how the momentum increases as we go into our discussion. We will try and contain that momentum by about 8:30. And you will see yesterday we tried to kind of bring the momentum down by 8:30, but it went on till 9:30. So that's the speed at which our discussions will progress, and ideas will come from many places, questions from the platform, questions from other people, but we will try and draw it to a close by 9 o'clock. I don't promise it will close by 9, it might be 9:15, 9:30, but we will try. So with those few words, I welcome all of you to the platform. I see Stina Ji has joining from Sweden. Stina Ji, namaskar. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Pawan Ji.
Thank you, Madan.
Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Dr. Kr.Tewari, Professor in the Department of Dravya in Lalit Hari Government PG College, PG Ayurved College, Pilibhit, Uttar Pradesh. Welcome. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan Kumar Sharma ji. I am Dr. Tiwari from Pilibhit Ayurvedic College. So nice of you for inviting me to this learned platform. I can see my Guruji, Professor C.B. Jha sir, joining this lecture. He is one of the best teachers in the world. I think so. And my seniors, sir.
Pranam Ji.
Sir, sir, my super senior Professor Vineet Kumar Agnihotri sir, he is also there.
नमस्कार देख की तबीयत खुश हो गई
sir, thank you sir. My senior Dr. B.P. Sharma sir भी वहाँ हैं शायद, और बहुत सारे many of the learned speakers, Dr. Vishnu Prasad Sharma sir, Dr. Madan Thangavelu sir, he was speaking. He has introduced the conference very well, and my learned esteemed fellow speakers, Professor Preena Jane.J, Dr. Reju Krishnan ji, Dr. Saikat Kr, Basu ji, and my dear friend, batchmate, Professor Dr. V.V. Prasad. He is director from Calcutta, CCRA's director. Now he's at Telangana.
Namaskar.
Very namaskar. Yes. Sir, I belong to a small place near Naimisharanya. So I am acquainted with many medicinal plants naturally. So I got this career, and directly coming to my topic, the endangered species. We all know the plants are the important sources of food, the fodder, forage, fiber, firewood, furniture wood, flowers, foliage, and above all, pharmaceuticals of all disciplines, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Unani, and everything. There are about 3 lakh plants species known in the world, 2/3 found in tropics. 30,000 species are supposed to have medicinal values, but only 5,000 have been specifically scientifically surveyed. 50,000 secondary metabolites have been discovered from plants, but only 120 pure plant products are used in medicines, and only 8 to 10 are synthesized in labs. All others are procured from herbs in wild. नेचर से ही हम कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं सब कुछ. ये प्रॉब्लम जो है उसको जस्ट उसका एक ओवरव्यू में देना चाहूंगा. एग्जांपल इज, फॉर एग्जांपल द विनका रोजिया और विनका अल्बा. 2 ton leaves are required to produce alkaloid required to treat leukemia of a child for 6 months only. 2 ton leaves. Similarly, Taxus baccata is 7,000 kilogram bark is required for 1 kg Taxol. Moreover, it grows, Taxus baccata grows very slowly and only in northern hills of Himalayas. To get Taxol, we have to wait for 40 years when a plant will yield. So, likewise, Diascorea, Diasgenin used for contraception is endangered, and Burhavia. The ecotypic differences are in active ingredients have been observed. So, कोई और रास्ता नहीं है कल्टीवेट करने के अलावा. In Indian classics, the classical view of collecting drugs was to examine the भेषज परीक्षा, the देश परीक्षा, प्रशस्त भूमि, संग्रहणी, what drugs should be collected, how to collect, sangrah kal, when to collect, how long to preserve, and how to preserve, and how to store it. But everything is not perfect at present. The traditional pattern was that a person who was knower, traditional Vaidya, was knowing the herbs, he was himself procuring it, he was making the medicines out of it and using it. But present day Ayurvedic practitioner is neither in the knower, neither the exploiter, nor the converter, and nor the user. So bani banai medicines use kar raha hai, somewhere prepared anywhere else. So need for strategy is very urgent because of habitat destruction, changes in environment, collection and utilization patterns. Our aim is to properly identify the genuine plant materials, discover active ingredients, and discover new methods of preservation, managing the raw materials and prepared drugs so that we can achieve our goals. In India, about 7,500 species are medicinal plants are known, out of which 1,700 to 1,800 species are well documented. 700 species are used in industry and 110 in larger demand. So, medicinal plants distribution in India, mostly 70% in India's tropical areas only. Only 30% in pine and higher altitudes. The major pockets are foothills of Himalayas, the Terai region where I belong to, this Pilibhit and Dudhwa National Park itself. Northeast has 43% of total Indian flora. That is a very important treasure. In the range, Eastern and Western Ghats, Chota Nagpur Plateau, Aravallis, and Alpine Himalayas. So only 30% in Alpine Himalayas, 70% are in tropics. Most of the medicinal plants used, 1/3 of them are trees. Then 1/3 are herbs and green grasses. 1/3 are shrubs and climbers, and a very limited portion, the lichens, ferns, algae, etc. Major families which these plants belong to are Fabaceae, number 1, Poaceae, Euphorbiaceae, Asteraceae, Rubiaceae, Cucurbitaceae, Malvaceae, Solanaceae, Convolvulaceae, Apiaceae, and Menispermaceae. Playing 11 कह सकते हैं. We can call it. The 11 families have major part, most of them. The very important problem is the part used. We have to study. When we study it, its roots are 29.6% roots are used. About whole plant 22% के आसपास तो whole plant ही हम use कर डालते हैं. The bark is 16.3%, fruits, then seeds, leaves, stem, flowers, rhizomes, and even wood. So how we can preserve them? This part, when we are endangering the roots only, roots and whole plant we are procuring, how can it survive? We have to go for alternative methods. We are consuming enormous amounts of plants, but no clear data is available to know what is the actual demand. Of course, we can see the demand is ever growing. About 300% in every year it's growing. And relentless monetization and commercialization of medicinal plant economy has led to the creating the imbalance, because rich only, in future it is apprehended that rich only can afford herbal products. The poor have to go for cheap and synthetic and chemical drugs. Imbalance of demand and supply, why it has been created? It's due to habitat destruction. The process destructive harvesting is very important, and 95% collection from wild. Only less than 20 species are under commercial cultivation. About 400 species are used in industry. 200 species in northern and south India are already red listed by as rare, endangered, and threatened species by IUCN. And as Thangavelu sir reported, the very important NGO FRLHT, Foundation for Revitalization of Traditional and Medicines, FRLHT, Local Health Traditions, that is very, very important NGO that is doing very much important work. IUCN is International Union for Conservation of Nature. IUCN is the most authentic site where we can get it. What are the endangered list plants? It has got 7 categories of plants, out of which data deficient, least concerned, near threatened, vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, extinct in wild, and extinct. These are the 7 species. What the red list contains is the geographic ranges, population size of a plant species, habitat and ecology, uses and trade, and threats and conservation actions for this species. IUCN red list about the Indian medicinal plants is only, although India has got only 2.4% of world's land area, but it encompasses 50,000 plant species. 1,047 species are endangered or critically are supposed to be at the threat, out of which 387 species of Indian medicinal plants are listed under IUCN red list. 199, about 200 species are under critical threat, critically endangered. This is the data of 2021. और ये जो अभी सर ने बताया कि जो ये FRLHT है, इसने बहुत सारे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हो करके और उन्होंने 2 लिस्ट्स पब्लिश की हैं साउथ इंडियन प्लांट्स एंड नॉर्थ इंडियन प्लांट्स के बारे में. आई एम सरप्राइज्ड इज exhaustive list 112 plants of South India and 74 plants of Northern India have been already red listed. They include Adatoda bedomii, AYUSH species, the Aphanemixis, the रोहितक का एक थे जो हम यूज करते थे, दंती, the Boliospermum montanum is vulnerable regionally. That has been very well classified by them. That there is a book published by Guidelines for National Policy and Conservation Programs from FRST by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India. It's a very important book. It has very important data. And now we can Embellia ribes, Embellia xerium the Garcinia indica, Nadi hingu, Langali, many more things. I can cite many more. The North Indian plants include Vatsnab and Rativisha. They are being endangered. Rativisha बहुत मुश्किल से मिल रहा है. तो दूसरी species आ रही हैं. Heterophyllum is not there. Palmatum मिल रहा है बहुत जगह. The Angelica glauca, जो Mamira नाम से we were using Angelica glauca. वो चोरक. And Coptis tita, Delphinium की species हैं. Delphin denudatum. Triamana, the Gentiana coro. Pushkarmul inula racemosa. Proper pushkarmul is not being used. दूसरा मीठा कूट करके कुछ available हो जाता है. Even this Jetamansi, Vanatrapushi, the Podophyllum species, Sasuria costas, Taxus valiciana, Valeriana jetamansi, and even Berberis species, Berberis astata is under threat. Hydnocarpus curzi, जो तुवरक नाम से तुवरक के भेद नाम से आया करता था. जिनसिंग का जो इंडियन वाला वैरायटी है, Panax ginseng. Katuka itself, the मेदा जो अष्टवर्ग की द्रव्य हैं वो तो हैं ही, उसके लिए तो पहले ही भाव प्रकाश has already mentioned Ragyam apit durlabham. अष्टवर्ग जो है, it is very endangered and is not easily available to even kings. That has been cited in the 16th century by Bhav Mishra. Many more things. So list is endless. About 200, more than 200 plants list hai. What is the solution? The conservation is the only solution. And conservation has got its technical part, the conservation science, the in situ conservation and ex situ conservation. दोनों तरह का. बहुत सारी चीजें उसमें हैं. There is too much to learn about it. Then social aspect also we have to. In technical aspects में conservation science है. In traditional ecological knowledge we have to encompass with them. Then social aspect में we have to go for wide public support, the protection of natural habitat by communities. We have to involve communities to protect their natural habitats, plants, and the participation of natural resource management, the sharing of the benefits with local communities, tribes, and farmers. In fact, I am linked with a very important scheme of Dudhwa National Park, belongs to Lakhimpur Kheri district in UP, is the adjoining district of Pilibhit, where I am posted. There, Dudhwa National Park and Tharu tribes of their many tribal communities are there. I and my colleague, Dr. H.S. Mishra, Dr. Ram Melanji, they have been involved in the रोजी रोटी के लिए जड़ी बूटी योजना एक वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट ने लागू की. We have gone and taught them about they have got primary knowledge. They will collect it from wild, not produce proper, on the roadside, and this many more things. And they will come and deposit somewhere in block level, Palia block, and they are gaining their price share very important yojana, very important scheme has been implemented, and we are continuously watching it. The problem is the cultivation of the wild species and cultivated species. उसमें कुछ लोगों को कहना है कि it is not equal. The properties of both do not match. Some persons apprehend, because they know that secondary metabolites which develop in natural habitat only, and in conditions of stress when the plant has to get competition, and then its associations किन plants के साथ वो रह रहा है उसको जानता है, तभी जाके उसके वो कर रहे हैं. Stage of plant growth and even its association and predators, many more things are there which are in consideration. But monoculture, they are knowing that monoculture may not have same qualities. Single plant cannot help. But the studies show that it's only partial truth, because such differences can also be due to diurnal rhythms. Okay, secondary metabolites के contents में, उनके properties में जो problem आ सकती है, जो differences आ सकते हैं, they may vary from day to day. The seasonal changes, the stage of plant growth, and even in different constellations, हमारी आयुर्वेद तो यही कहता है. In contrast, the scientists affirm that certain values in plants can be enhanced in controlled cultivation. They can develop certain properties under controlled cultivation very well. So no alternative is there to cultivate, because demand and supply gap is increasing day by day. Of course, we have to practice polyculture models, preferring mixing of species of their natural association. उनके आसपास होने वाली वही species के साथ उनको लगाया जाए, plants को, and in native agroclimatic habitats, they have to go for देश पर विचार, किस देश में उत्पन्न होती थी, उनको ध्यान देना चाहिए. Thank you. I think I have taken a lot of time. The conclusion is that flora is a national treasure, and it must be protected and propagated for benefit of mankind. Just like prevention is better than cure, conservation is better than cultivation. But we have no doubt about the cultivating. We have to cultivate it. Thank you very much for.
Thank you, Professor Tewari. Thank you so much, both Dhanyawad ji. We have enjoyed. You have given us some very interesting perspectives. In early 1990 onwards, we were working with some people growing the African cherry anti-cancer plant, which grows in Cameroon and that part of West Africa. And one concept that came out, because they also have a challenge there, and one concept that came out was this concept of conservation by cultivation. I think Pavanji's comment today is it is neither conservation nor cultivation, but in fact bringing those two opposites together, that we have to conserve by cultivation. And this is a very, very important way where we always see polarization of our thinking, and we have to somehow bring the opposites together. And that is the power of academics like yourself. So we are so happy that you are here with us today. We are so happy that your teacher, Professor C.B. Jha Sahab, is also here with us. And your super senior Agnihotri ji is also here with us today. And this is an expression, and Prasad ji is also here with us today.
Prasad ji is
And
my
this is that,
batchmate.
yes, and you are all part of the new parampara that we are creating. And you have correctly said, with only 2% of the land area, we are hosting 17% or more of the world's population. So somehow we are proving that we can bring the opposites together. And the example I always give is the state of Kerala, which is only about 30,000 square kilometers. It has about 37 million people living on that land. And it is the home of many traditions, you know. They still follow traditional values. They are still growing herbal plants. There are still practitioners who make their own formulations, kashayams, asoms, arishtams. So there is a way in which we can make this happen. So we are very grateful that you are here with us today. You have shared some insights. And we are also very grateful that you have touched on some of the key points, particularly the aspect about giving a livelihood for the tribal people. And there is one example I want to give, which is that Arogya Pacha. This is, you will know about this, the Arogya Pacha story about a plant not known.
Yes,
that
I have
Dr.
been
Pushpa,
to TBGRI, sir.
That's right.
I visited TBGRI and I visited Professor Pushpangadan, sir, have made me seen this Arogya Pacha, Trichopa zeylanica, sir.
So the story of Arogya Pacha and how we found the collaboration, which Pushpangadan found the collaboration between the tribals, the Kanni people, the Kanni tribe, and the institutions, CSIR, et cetera, et cetera. Though we are very creative in finding solutions, and we must keep this. That creativity is what gives us power. It gives us it is a soft power. The soft power, Agnihotriji and all of us, we discuss constantly about Sankhya Darshana, for instance, you know, the soft power of Sankhya, for instance. Nobody else has it, but we have it. And using those axioms, those tattvas, we can arrive at even more solutions for the future. The one I'm proposing now for all among us and to the rest of the world is Vasudeva Kudumbakam as understood by Adi Shankaracharya and Advaita Vedanta. So there are many things that we can work with, and we have some new tools, we have algorithms that we can work with to give global solutions. So from my side and for all of us here, Tewari, thank you so much for being with us. I also convey
thank you, sir.
Regards from Jahasab, who's very special for all of us, sir, who's also listening to us here today. Thank you again. Please stay with us as long as you can.
Sir, right. Thank you, sir.
There'll be. I wish a few words from Professor Jha, if we can just interrupt the program a little bit. Jahasab, pranam ji. Aapka, Shahid Jahasab.
Sir, hey, he's muted, sir.
I think so. Jahasab will join us. I think when he's available, he will join us. Namaskar ji, pranam ji.
नमस्कार और राकेश जी को खूब खूब बधाई। बहुत दिन के बाद सुनने का मौका मिला इनको, और बहुत ही दिया हुआ है सर। एक जो खास करके हम भी ड्रग इंडस्ट्री और क्या कहते हैं ड्रग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जुड़े रहे हैं, तो जो लोग इस विधा से जुड़े हुए हैं उनके सामने क्या समस्या है, वो सारी चीजें उभर करके राकेश जी के इस वक्तव्य से सब सामने आया। बहुत ही क्या कहते हैं विद्वत्तापूर्ण।
वीडियो भी ऑन कर दीजिए सर, दर्शन हो जाए सर।
ठीक है, दर्शन नहीं अभी देना है
सर सॉरी सर।
तो घर में हूँ और बिल्कुल एकदम रिलैक्स मूड में हूँ। तो मैं ये कहना चाह रहा था कि जो समस्या है उसको आपने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम सबके सामने रखा, उसके सॉल्यूशन के बारे में भी। अब यही है कि जैसे तैसे आयुर्वेद का काम चल रहा है, बाकी बिना सही द्रव्य के कोई भी सही प्रिपरेशन संभव नहीं है। आज की स्थिति करीब करीब कुछ ऐसी ही है, और आयुर्वेद से जो जितना लाभ हम सबको पहुंचाना चाहिए सोसाइटी को, वो नहीं पहुंच रहा है। उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण यही है कि मार्केट जो है वो सब स्टैंडर्ड और स्पूरियस और एडल्ट्रेशन इन सब से भरा पड़ा हुआ है। मैं बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई और बड़ा ही एक बढ़िया विश्लेषण और बहुत ही जो समस्या को जिस तरह से आपने सामने रखा, मेरी ओर से खूब खूब बधाई और बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत अच्छा लगा। तो कार्यक्रम को लेकर के चलें पवन जी।
हाँ जी, थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब। तिवारी जी जोड़ते रहिए हमारी प्रोग्राम के साथ, क्योंकि बिकॉज द चैलेंज इज ह्यूज, बहुत मोटा समस्या है जी ये। And we need to bring as many people. हमारे साथ थे उस दिन हिमाचल से people who are running programs with school children. बच्चों के साथ कैसे करें ये पेड़ पौधों की, ये medicinal plants की कैसे, how to take this to children. So thank you again, Tiwari ji. I request Pawan ji is not here with us, but I request our next speaker, Dr. Preena Jane. Preena ji has been with us before. Preena ji, namaskar. And Preena is joining us from Chennai. She's a homeopath, but I'm sure somewhere in her family is other systems of medicines also, somewhere in the family. I think Preena studied at Father Muller's Homeopathy College, very established institution in Karnataka. And we are happy to have you here with us, Preena. Thank you so much for joining us today. Namaskar. The floor is yours. We want to hear from you too. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. I'll share this.
Preena, your voice is a bit faint. Could you do something just to?
No, sir.
The last time also you were a bit faint, a little more, it can be stronger. We'll have to come closer.
Yeah, now you can hear me, sir?
It could be better, Preena. How is my voice coming through? Is it coming through clearly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we need to find a way to get your voice so that it comes through clearly in the system. Yesterday also we had a problem with one of the speakers where the voice was a bit faint. And keep in mind, Preena, keep in mind our videos are archived so that it is like a reference book for people, you know. So your presentations are valuable for us and we want the best quality possible from your presentation. So thank you again.
Now you can hear me better, sir?
It could be better, but we will continue with it for the moment. If you have some way to increase the mic settings on your computer, I think this might be the problem, you know. There is a way to go into the audio settings and change the microphone settings on your computer.
Yes, sir.
I also want to draw into our discussion Dr. Anita Tomarji. Anita ji is a PhD. Anita Tomarji is a PhD in lesser known plants, LKP. Anita ji did, thank you. Anita ji did her PhD in Forest Research Institute in Dehradun. So we are very lucky she's joined us today. Anita ji, namaskar. Preena, thank you. We can see you.
Namaste, good evening.
What have you done? It is much better now. Your voice is clearer.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you much more clearly now. Thank you. Whatever you have done is working now. Thank you, Preena ji. All the floor is all yours.
Yes, sir. So good evening, one and all. So it's an immense pleasure to join again in this platform in another different topic, that endangered plants. So
Preena, once again, I want to stop you there. Somehow your voice has dropped again.
oh my God.
What have you done that has just made it drop again? I don't know what. See if you can bring it. It was clear for a moment and then it has come down again.
Sir, I was thinking that sound was coming from Dr. Anita Tomar, sir.
Acha, Anita ji.
Yes. She,
Okay.
as you addressed her,
Okay,
she
Anita ji
replied
was
that
there. Okay,
it was entirely different voice, sir.
Okay. So my apologies. Agnihotra ji, you caught it correctly. Preena ji, let us hear your voice again. We want a strong voice so that when people come to visit your recording and listen to what you're talking, they can enjoy your presentation even more. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now I'm audible. I think I'll just do something.
It's better, but let us proceed. We will try and resolve this later.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. So it gives me an immense pleasure to join you all once again. So myself, Dr. Preena Jane, Department of Community Medicine. I'm working as a professor in Sri Sairam Homeopathic Medical College and Research Center, Chennai. So yesterday was like World Endangered Plant or Species Day. So we all know what happens to the world because of a lot of lifestyle changes, ecological changes, and also the tough what human gives for the animals and the plants and what happens to them. So let me give a short introduction. So what does the name means endangered? So endangered, if we do a lot of studies into that, it tells that endangered is something when a study is being taken about a species for the last 3 months or 3 years, when it is less than 250 number or 15 number, we call it as endangered. So endangered, according to Wikipedia, it is a species that is very likely to become extinct in near future, either worldwide or in a particular political jurisdiction. So anytime, like we know, like we hear in stories about Mahmouds, we hear in stories about Dragulas, we hear in stories about lot of animals which are very giant, as we see in Jurassic Park and everything. Lot of things have been in our world, they lived in our world, but now they are no more. So there are still lot more things are happening in the world. They are going to become extinct. That is because either it is due to their habitat loss. So habitat loss is something like us, the plants and the animals have got the equal rights to survive in this world. But because of other reasons, they don't have the capacity to live over there. That can be because of a natural calamity, because of that the environment starts changing, or because of a change in the climate, because of a change in the temperature, or due to any other reason, they are not able to survive in their own place. Or poaching. Poaching, we know that is basically because of a human goes and spoil their place, human go and spoil their nature, and they are not able to live. The next one is invasive species. So invasive species is another species, they come and they spoil the growth of this particular species. So this can be either, and this can be the animal, or this, excuse me, this can be either the animal, this can be either the plant. So when we come to the medicinal plants, as we all give more importance to the medicinal plant, when we come here, medicinal plant as such, if you see, man has got a very strong relationship with the medicinal plant. Like the ancient world, when there was no medicine, man just used a part of a plant which he didn't know for a particular treatment. So by that he started learning. But once he started civilizing, he started knowing more about the plants. And now approximately 80% of the people in the world, developing countries, rely on traditional medicines for their primary health care, and about 85% of the traditional medicine involves the usage of plant extract. So in India, the forests are estimated to harbor 90% of the India's total medicinal plants, and about 10% of the medicinal plants of India are restricted to non-habitats. So out of 18,665 plants, the classic system of medicine like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani make use of only 3,000 plants and their various formulations. So World Health Organization has estimated that the present medicinal plants is approximately like in US dollar 14 billion per day we use it. So the demand is daily, it is increasing, and according to WHO, the demand for the medicinal plants is likely to increase more than 5 trillion in 2050. So in total of 560 plant species of India have been included in International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. The threatened is 247 species. They are in the threatened category. So now why it is in the threatened category? Why these people come into a role to safeguard it. So why they come into the role means because of the world's growing population, because of the increasing arthropod activity, because of rapidly eroding natural ecosystem, or the natural habitat, the number of herbs and trees dwelling, and as per capita consumption of this is what we can say is we use more than whatever they are produced by nature. So the next one we see like what are the very common medicines they are endangered. So this I have taken according to India. According to India, the most common medicine listed out, they are in endangerment. So here if you see the most of the plants like our Ayurveda system of medicine and Siddha system of medicine, they use it. Here like so commonly like gingigo or Sphatiria or Gymnema, we have got like Glyceria, Bacopa, Rafflesia. So these are very commonly used medicine, and they say that these medicines are in an endangered conditions, that they can be extinct at any time. So now the first medicine I would like to go is again I have just put few medicines so that we know about them, and we know we let us know like if they are not there, what we will be doing, what can be done for them. The first one is agale. So agale, we very common medicine, we call it as bale. So it is like in India we treat it as a very sacred plant, sacred tree. It's a large tree, and almost all parts of the plants, and when we see in Ayurveda and Siddha, every part of this plant is used as a herbal medicine for treating diarrhea, for treating dysentery, for treating dyspepsia, for malaria, fever, jaundice, skin diseases such as ulcers, urticaria, eczema. Because this plant has got a rich alkaloid, that is aglain, myrmecin, marmine, and myrmesolin are the major alkaloids. So these alkaloids, they play an important role in controlling all this. So now the important thing, they are antidiarrheal activity. So like India, when we had a Vibrio cholerae epidemic, so that time this juice of the leaf of this plant has been used to control it, followed by E. coli, Shigella, unripe fruit pulp or used to take the syrup, and that reduces bacterial colonization to the duct epithelium and produces an action as an enterotoxin. So enterotoxins, when these syrups are being used, they just relax the intestines and they help the growth of a good bacteria flora. Antimicrobial and antiviral activity. So when we think about this antimicrobial activity, this has got a tremendous role in fungal. So fungal is like we can see like tinea, we can see in other conditions like oral thrush and all that. The next is radioprotective effect. So what is this radioprotective effect? We know like in cancer treatment, they get radiations. So when they get this radiation, they go for a lot of side effects. Like the nerves get affected, they get the numbness of the nerves, they get tingling sensation in the nerves, etc. But when the extract of this agale is given in certain proportion, or when it is given as a dry medicinal portion, they act on this nerves which are being affected by this radiotherapy, and they regenerate the nerves. The next was the anti-cancer activity. So this anti-cancer activity, when they did a study on mice, when they gave the leaf extract, this had given an this had a role in inhibiting the growth of leukemic K562. And we got lot other type of leukemias, and this leaf extract is a well known for anti-neoplastic effect on this Ehrlich ascites carcinoma in Swiss albino mice. So these are some studies they have done it scientifically, and it is proven scientifically. So I have given just only 4 medicinal activity of this agale, but when I've gone through so many review articles, you can see lot of activity or lot of action this drug has got. The second drug I would like to tell is Acres calamus lim. So Acres calamus lim, this belongs to the family Acraceae, commonly known as sweet flag, or sometimes it is called as a bitter root, or so many. In each country it has got a different name. And in India, it is one of important plant. It grows in it grows in water. It is an aquatic herb. You can see it is like a long grass-like thing with the rhizome inside, and the leaves are too long, half submerged inside the water, half coming out of the water. And this rhizome, it is like in history, when you go back and you see, like this rhizome has been used as a food also. And this rhizome has been used, like people, those who went to war and when they were very weak, they used for the painkillers. They used as a painkillers, antispasmodic, anti-helminthic properties also. They also use for epilepsy, mental ailments like depression, anxieties, chronic diarrhea, dysentery, bronchial cataract, intermittent fevers, and tumors. And still, if you go inside it, what else traditionally they have used? They have used it for flattening colic. So colic is, they have only pain and they pass all the flatters. So when the stomach is distended, they do this. This happens when they have got a chronic dyspepsia. So this rhizome, not the leaf, not the root, nothing. This rhizome is being used. They are also given for kidney and liver troubles, for rheumatism, for eczema, and also for this is being used for varicose vein, and this rhizome is used in the form of powder, balms, enemas, and pills, and also in ghee preparations. And the next one, bacopa. So bacopa, if you see in homeopathy, we use bacopa for children with less IQ, children who are very dull, children those who don't cope up with the classes, children those who are hyperactive and all that. But this drug, nowadays, whenever we prescribe, we don't get this drug that easily. And to get this drug, we have to place an order, wait for so much time. And they say like, no, this is like, the production is being very less and all that. But when you go to the history of it, in India, bacopa is being marked as endangered species, and you know, like there are a lot of different categories of endangerment. So in that, bacopa stands first over there. So it's a very popular herb in India for longevity and mental function, decreases fatigue, depression, and to stimulate the sexual drive. It energizes the central nervous system and aids in circulatory system, minimizes varicose vein, and minimizes scarring, and is also useful in repairing skin, connective tissues, smoothing out of cellulitis. So in Ayurveda, this plays an important role. Like it is called as an age tonic, restoring the youth and vital Brahmi, and has been used since Ayurveda in India. Almost 3,000 years back, it has been used. The Ayurveda, like the Charaka Samhita, that recommends that this formulation for the range of mental conditions, including anxiety, poor cognition. So this poor cognition only we in homeopathy also we use. Lack of concentration. For us also, these formulations we use in a huge extent. In India, Brahmi is currently recognized as being effective in the treatment of mental illness and epilepsy. Now, when you see the endangerment, this this plant ranks one of the topmost. So now, what else? What are the other medicinal activities it has got? It acts on CNS. It is a sedative, anticonvulsant, behavioral changes. So when you see these four, CNS, sedative, anticonvulsant, behavior, you can see that it's got a strong action on CNS system. And then when it comes to the anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-cancer, antidiarrheal, antispasmodic. Now, the first three drugs, whatever we have seen, everything has got a strong action on deep chronic drugs. So the usage is more. So now we are facing a problem in getting those drugs. The next is glyceria. So glyceria from ancient history, from Chinese herbs, from Assyrian tablets, so many 2000 years BC before itself, this drug has got a history. And when I went deep into the what else we got like Theophosphatos of Lebos writing the 4th century BC. It has got a property of quenching thirst if one holds in the mouth. So now why it has got a property of quenching thirst is studies tell that this drug nowadays it is used for diabetes. These drug formulations nowadays is used for diabetes. And in Greek, when you go back in Greek, it says like a sweet root, or they say like sweet leaf or something like that. So used for flavoring and sweetening candies and medicinal remedies, has the potent effect of its own, particularly for ulcers and adrenal insufficiency. It is also used for asthmatic cough, that is the spasmodic cough we say, as an antispasmodic and ulcer remedy to cool hot conditions. To cool hot conditions means during summer, whenever they get any problem, they use it. So now, as for I have taken only these 3 drugs for studies because there are so many drugs like Rauwolfia, we got the Gymnema. So Rauwolfia, we know it is used for hypertension. Gymnema, we know it is used for diabetes. So when you see the history, you can see that the drugs which are commonly used for lifestyle changes are being listed as endangered because of the need. So when need becomes more, we have to produce more. When we need lot of production, we have to see that sources are there. When we see that sources are less, we have to do something to preserve the source. So now, what does the government do? So when we know like the drugs what are useful for the people are being endangered, the government enters into the scene and they do lot of things. As the sir who talked before me, he has told a lot of things because he is in the field and he has told a lot of things. So, sir, our Madan sir also told like it has started happening in 1990s onwards. So many things have started changing. So that is like whatever I have also taken as my reference. So since early 90s, there are several activities being taken by the government, and in that they have made like biosphere reservoirs, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, sacred groves, and ex situ. So now what is biosphere reservoir? Biosphere reservoir is only for plant. They do for the plant. They take care of the plant. They see that the habitat is good for the plant. They conserve the nature of the plant. They see all the situations good for the plant, and there is no human access for that. National parks, we know for animals and for plants, we have the national parks. And wildlife sanctuaries, no human is allowed. The wild animals and the plants are being safeguarded there. And then sacred groves are like a place in a large areas, the place will be selected, and just like that the plants are being planted and they're taken care by the government. The next one is ex situ, that are the botanical gardens, field gene banks, seed gene banks, in vitro gene banks, or crypto gene banks. So these all are highly like we are going into the next world to protect the nature. So the first 4 is like what is happening. Ex situ is like we are creating new things, and we see that no species is being taken away from the earth. So in India, totally 870 protected areas are enmarked, which include 104 national parks, 551 wildlife sanctuaries, 127 community reservoirs, 88 conservation reservoirs. So this is all just for one survey. So now what does the government do? So the government of India, especially it has done like ex situ conservation, and it asks the help for several institutions, that is the teaching institutions or the organization, to undertake certain projects. So Central Council of Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, Central Council of Research in Homeopathy, Central Council of Research in Siddha, Central Council of Research in Unani Medicine. So under the Ministry of Ayush. So under the Ministry of Ayush, all these disciplines are asked to take certain responsibilities to conserve the plants. So by this they have established that NMVP and in 2000 under Ministry of Ayush, and they started providing funds. So these funds are being to take care of the medicinal plants. In this you can do research and you can take care of the medicinal plants, or you can say like I have got a garden, I'll maintain this many plants and I'll do whatever according to the norms of the government is, we can do that. In addition, NMPB and the DPT, the Department of Science and Technology, have done lot of researches, and they have come forward to undertake the mission of saving the plants. So recently we have come to know that NMVP has prioritized like 32 medicinal plants for conservation. So in that, if you see like whatever drugs we have discussed, like this agale, we have discussed about Gymnema, we have discussed about Glyceria, Rauwolfia, all these plants has been said that the conservation is good. When we saw first, they had told like they are in the first list of endangerment, but by conservations, we can see that these 32 plants, medicinal plants, which have been listed, the top rating of endangerment has been little bit of restored. They won't say like we have restored, but they are a little bit out of danger. And they have done like this. NMPB has taken lot of initiatives like all over India, in all the states, they should have forests, they should have some biosphere, they should have some bio reservoirs, so that the medicines, the state government has to take the initiative to take care of the plants. Not that only the central government has to do. The state government also has got certain boards and they take it. So by this is just a part of the role the government has done. But there are a lot of projects they do. They give a lot of research items to the research scholars, to the institutions, to the community-based colleges they give, to the government they give, and they give a lot of schemes, they grant funds for that, so that when we give the list of endangered species, like I can say this many plants, they give the fund, but the work has to be done in sincere so that we really safeguard the species. So I think I have done a small work, and this work is pertaining to the work we did in our first year, one assignment we had done, endangered species in pharmacy department. So in that we had an elaborate discussion. So only when I saw this topic, I was much happy to present my small study on these 3 drugs.
Thank you.
As such, I feel I did some justice to my time given to me. Thank you.
Preena, thank you. Preena, thank you so much for sharing your insights. And you have overlapped very nicely with Professor Tewari's introductory talk on many areas, particularly the list, the 38 species that you have shown us. You have given us the fine details of the species. Additionally, happy that from the world of homeopathy, we have a message about these traditional plants and how they are used. And I don't know how many of these plants are used in homeopathic formulations, but there may be some that are used in homeopathic formulations too. So at one point that you touched on, Preena, which I thought was very exciting, where you mentioned about the sacred groves. And I've highlighted here one of the websites, and the responsibility that you say was assigned to the state government to take care of and to map this. There is a list of Kerala state, the sacred groves in Kerala. And now they have done district-wise assignment of the sacred groves. Sacred groves are a very important resource for conservation of plants and plant material. And there is a special ecosystem there. Perhaps we might hear a little more from speakers to follow on. But before I go on, I just want to thank Professor T.R.G. Nair, who is joining us today. Professor Nair is located mostly in India. Professor Nair, namaskar. Thank you for joining us on this platform today. Professor Nair is the rector for the Rajeshwari Group of Institutions, and he's a visiting professor at the National Institute for Advanced Studies in Indian Institute of Science campus. And his connections are with institutions are very large. He was a former scientist of the Indian Space Research Organization. And all of that comes to great use when we have to map land and we have to assign vegetation and all these things, then we need all these skills. So I want to thank Professor Nair for joining us today. Professor Nair, I don't know if you have time enough to stay with us till the end of the program.
Yeah, I was hearing actually for the last 30 minutes, but all the time, I'll take only 2 minutes, all the time in my mind, because my mother was an Ayurvedic expert. So naturally inherited knowledge is there with me. And then I'm going to the plants and varieties and things like that in Kerala practices what we do. Apart from that, being in the modern world, as I'm probably sitting in Durham now, if I think, always I am going into the, okay, one side is actually as the current seminar is focusing on the preservation of it, identifying it, all those aspects. The other thing is, whenever the previous lecture, it was actually listing some of the medicinal qualities of a set of plants. And I would like to see that, the government and people like you who are actually enabling all these things to happen, focus on the radicals extracting, and one extraction will not do. Actually, Sahasradhara or whatever it is, actually several times of extractions we used to do, but with modern things also mixed with that, modern techniques mixed with that, extract all the radicals from that and then directly using them, try out on the specimens, what type of response is there, and heavy mapping is required by which we reach actually 21st century Ayurveda. We will stick on to Ayurveda, but we will modulate it to such a way that we travel and add value and add respect to the way in which we were doing in the past, and then modernize the thing. And requires actually very sophisticated laboratories. We require actually large capital investment, by which therapy will be actually not on the preliminary plants, but the extract of the preliminary plants, not in gross, specific radicals and globules. And many of the things I saw, such globules, okay, it is possible to extract. I will stop there. So if we do that, I think a new division will come up, which will be more emphatic, and it will be doing a great contribution to the 21st century and 22nd century and the coming centuries ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. I think we will, maybe your sentiments will be picked up by Reju, who's joining us from Nadiad. Namaskar, Reju, our next speaker. And
thank you very much.
And we might hear something also from Saikat Basuji, who's joining us from Alberta in Canada. So he might also have some comments on both those points that you have touched on about sticking to Ayurveda traditions and tattvas and principles, but making it compatible for 21st century needs. We will hear, hopefully our speakers to follow will share this. Thank you, Dr. Nair, but you have to guide us in some of those activities also, because you connect with Delhi, you connect with several other locations, so you can also guide us in this, in how to shape up for the future. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. I will try my best.
Thank you, sir. I invite Reju. Reju, namaskaram.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Namaskaram.
Thank you for joining us from Nadiad. Very happy to have you here with us today. The floor is all yours, Reju. Please tell us what happens at in JS Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya in Nadiad, and tell us a little bit about yourself also. From your name, I gather you have a connection to the south of India. So please tell us where you studied Ayurveda, how you came into Dravyaguna, and how you have reached Gujarat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, sir, I am basically from Kerala. So belongs to Kollam district. Yeah, from there I did my undergraduation and post-graduation from Karnataka. So I did my undergraduation from Manipal, Muniyal Institute. Later I went to Koppa, Arur Lakshmi Narayana. So it's a very good flora. That's why especially I selected that area for the Dravyaguna. So it's just like a Himalayan belt. So it's
Reju, I have one more question before I give the floor to you. Question, is there, you have a family connection with Ayurveda, or you have something that is?
Yes, sir. My father is a doctor. So he is completed in 1973 from Trivandrum Ayurveda College. So DAM. Okay. So that's a very old, this one, Doctor of Ayurveda Medicine after 10th.
DAM, okay.
So that background was there.
Thank you.
And I am from a particular village. So that's why from in my initial age, I used to go with my father for collection
of plants.
So
very nice.
I created some interest in drug identifications.
Now, I want to disclose one secret here. My mother comes from Kollam.
Oh, sir.
I have a Kollam connection. So I will leave it there for the time being, and we will listen to you. Thank you for giving us a little bit about yourself. Now we would like to hear your views and visions about endangered plants and how you want to take this forward. As you can see, today I have used a slightly different virtual background here. And I want to emphasize this one point about One Health. And it's a very important thing. So we look forward to your thoughts. Thank you for joining us again. Thank you, Reju. It looks wonderful.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, all of you. I'd like to thank all the persons behind this webinar for inviting me and also giving an opportunity to share something here. And I think most of the things already discussed by our speaker, the Dr. Rakesh Kr. sir. So nothing much, I don't think, like few things other than that about the conservation and also some success story I want to share in this field. So we'll start with the plants. So as sir also told, like how the plants is important. So it's very much important. The first thing, like we know, like for oxygen, we are depending the plants. Then for the soil, it reduces the likelihood of soil erosion. So it is happening everywhere. Then even in Konkan Trail also, we can see that to prevent the soil erosion, they are keeping some plants, especially the vetiveria, then lemongrass. So it's just example. So it will keep from soil erosion. Then especially improve the air quality. Then climate changes. So now since from 2-3 years, especially from 2-3 years, we are noticing the climate changes. Whenever we need the rain, we are not getting the rain. And whenever rain comes, it will be extreme. Even in Gujarat also, I am living in Gujarat. So there also, I reached by 2019. So the 2019 climate and the 2022, it is entirely different. Okay, so many things, it's because of the plants and environmental destruction. Then also we know like plant, it is used for all the organisms for the basic food. And finally, even in we know the fact like all the medicines, all the plants having one or the other medicinal use. So it's a true. And even it is written even in Ayurveda also, not only all the acharyas told that it is a potential source of medicines. Okay, so we know the story of Jivaka, like the Guru asked him to collect the plants which is not having medicinal value. He came with bare hand and he told all the plants which he has seen having one or other medicinal uses. So in all the aspects, we are depending the plants. And it is the plants, most of the plants, it's like the value plants which grows in the Himalayan belt and also in to the south, like to the coastal plains. So from Himalaya to the coastal plains, the medicinal plants are spreaded. And we know like starting from the common cold and for the dreadful disease like tumor or snake bite. So previously the plants, there are many, even it is a hidden, like only few people know like for snake bites how to treat with plants. And nowadays like people are scared to treat. Actually there are many medicines for the snake bite or any poisonous bites. And I have heard that one plant is there, like if we keep that plants in our hand or if you plant that plant, the snake won't attack. So like that many treasures are there in the Ayurveda. So not in the Ayurveda, the medicinal plants. And then finally, nowadays we can see that the people are using many plants for the immunity, especially during the COVID and the post-COVID. So many plants, even it is discussed by the Ayush. Not only that, and so a wide range of medicinal plants we can see here. And also like not only the Ayurveda, so the traditional practitioners. So like many people from by tradition, they are attending the delivery, then bond settings, herbal healers. So they are wonderfully practicing, and also they are keeping the environment live because they know how to preserve the environment. So while collecting the plants, they will keep some important, means that they will keep the plants for the next time also. So like nowadays we are depending purely on the market, but they don't know the collection techniques. So it will harm the plants and it will disturb the environment. And these are the areas where the plant serves, like you can see that not only the drugs, nutrition, feed, then preserve ecosystem, spices. So in all area we are depending on the plants. So plants is very important. And we know that India is the richest plant medical culture in the world. And here, so there are different numbers. So estimate around 80,000 species of plants utilized in some or other way, not only in medicine. And in that, maximum medicines we are getting from the Himalayan belt and Western Ghats as well as Andaman Nicobar Island. Okay, so these are the hot spots, we can say. And traditional practitioners are using nearly around 6,000 plants. So these are the demands of plants in the health sector. We can see that Ayurveda around 1,587. So it's approximates more or less will be there, and due to the availability. So nowadays, many plants are not available. So we are using the substitute, or we are getting the adulterant. So that's why knowing the plants, identification in fresh as well as dry, that we are giving more training to the students. So that is very important. But nowadays, like most of them are depending on the ready-mades. So if we go through a formulation, so you can see that same formulation. So some important preparation like Chavanapasha. So if you take from 2-3 companies, different taste, different smell, color because of the raw materials. So the material which they are using, so the part they are using, all those things are dependent on this. So these are the changes we can see in globally also. Every year, the percentage of the herbal medicines is increasing the worldwide, and Ayush, they are accepted around 500 commonly used plants. It is in a large scale we are using. So like Ashwagandha, Shatavari, and all, like a tremendous use we can see nowadays. So these are the thing we should remember. So why the conservation of medicinal plant is needed. So olden times, even I told, like I am from a Ayurvedic background. So I have seen in my younger time, like my father used to go nearby area and collect the plants. And whenever we go somewhere, he'll stop the vehicle and he'll share that this is that plant. So we need it. So without any hesitation, he used to collect from there. And while collecting, I have noticed that he will collect the matured fruits and throw it there itself. So he'll tell, this is the way to keep the plants. So otherwise, we won't get the plant. So this, I have noticed that very few people will do this. So, and suppose only 1 or 2 plants means he'll take only 1 plant. He'll tell, let the plant be there. So then only we'll get the next year. So this I have seen from my younger time, and he knows like the identification, and he the collection techniques. So that is the really needed thing. And nowadays, like we are purely depending on the markets. So suppose we need the root, we will demand for the root, but we are not knowing what is happening after that. The plant whether will survive for the next year or not. And the medicinal demands also was less that time, olden times, like some small physician, they will prepare the medicine for their patients. So now it's entirely different. So we are exporting, and in a huge production. So in our college also, we are seeing the demand of some medicines. So it is a very huge demand. Somehow we'll wonder how they are supplying this 300 kilogram, 500 kilogram. Definitely some adulteration will be there. So in 300 kilogram and 500 kilogram, it is very difficult to trace the adulterants. Then also we are doing the level best. So conservation is the must needed to protect them. So these are the diversity. You can see, we can see that like starting from Trans-Himalayan. So it is known as the Tibetan Himalayan region. So many part. So it's a border. So China as well as the Tibet occupy the most area. There are also the few plants. So in all these plants, we can see that the endemic plants, which grows only in that area. So we should study about that, and also we have to do something like for its preservation. Okay, so endemic plants, it can be grown in other area also, but it needs some more care, because whenever I came to Kerala, I used to take some minimum 10-15 plants with me. And every time I am trying in Gujarat to keep that plants, sometimes it will dry, again I will take. So we have to work for that, then only we'll reach the goal. So like that in Trans-Himalayan, so around 700 important medicinal plants are available. Then Northwest Himalaya, then Northwest and West Himalayan region, around 1,700 plants. So most of the important plants we are getting from the Himalayan belt. So like the plants like Aconitum, so Aconitum ferox as well as Aconitum heterophyllum. So Aconitum heterophyllum, I think now it's around 5,000 to 6,000. In market, the price is the tuber of Aconitum heterophyllum. And we'll get powder of the same in less quantity, but should not take because adulteration may be there. And because it is a Aconitum itself, it is a poisonous thing. So heterophyllum, it is non-poisonous, but still we should be very careful. Then Sausuria lepa, so we know like Kushta, Ephedra, Nardostachys, that is Jatavamsi, Taxus. So Taxus bucketed, actually it is a substitute for the Abies webiana. So now anyway, nowhere we are seeing the status of Abies webiana because it is almost died, means it is nowhere. So because of Abies webiana's extensive use, we came with the Taxus buccatata. And actually the useful part of Taxus buccatata is leaf. And whenever if we go for the market, we are getting some bark or very traces of leaves will be there. And rhododendron. So these are the Himalayan plants. And Panax pseudos ginseng. So it is an important drug which grows only in the Himalayas. So it's a endemic. So if you plan to do some cultivation or conservation, you have to do it in that area itself. So it is a Indian ginseng, we know ashwagandha, same like that, which can be used for the bleeding disorders and BP, sugar, everything. And the desert biographic zone consisting of Kutch are again there. The drugs like Convolvulus pruricalis, that is the original Changapushpa, then Tecamella, that is Rohitaka, Citrullus colosynthesis, it's the best medicine for Vishakna, that is Indravaruni, then Rudandi, that is Crassa Cretica. So this grows in this region and it's also in a threatened stage. So Convolvulus pruricalis, like it grows wild, like cultivation is very difficult, but few institutions like agriculture universities and also ICAR, DMAPR, so like it's in Anand near Gujarat, they are doing a very good work on this. So they are educating the farmers and also providing the viable seeds for the cultivation. So other than that, then Punjab, Gujarat, Rajwar, so like the Commiphora, then Cisalpinia, Bondak, Balanitis, that is Ingudi, then Tribulus, many species, Tribulus alata, Tribulus terrestris, then Tribulus rajasthanensis also noticed as an endemic in this region. So Commiphora also in Anand, they brought the gene and doing some cultivation and some research work on that. And NMEB also doing some work near Rajasthan, I think, on Commiphora. Then about the Western Ghats, so it is one among the hotspot. So it starts from the border of Gujarat, so from near Goa, so Ratnagiri and all it starts, and it extends in almost 4 states like Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, as well as Andhra Pradesh. So around more than 2,000 plants are growing there, and in that endemic, some plants like Garcinia indica, Vedaria indica, it is more sensitive. We cannot grow this plant in other area. If it is grown, like fruiting or flowering won't be there. So there, but it is they are maintaining very good in Western Ghats, especially due to the climates now, like it's more rain, and also the few research people like FRLHT, all those things, they are working on this, and much changes we can notice in that Western Ghat area. And the Deccan Peninsula, so like Eastern Plateau, Chota Nagpur, like so more than 3,000 species. So Tyrocarbos sandalinus, Recta Chandana, then Decalipis Hamilton, it's a very important drugs which we get in the market as a source of Sariva. Hemidesmus. So Hemidesmus, it is with the narrow root and aromatic. So Decalibris root is also having the same smell. So that is also in a verge of extinction. Then Terminalia species, then Shoria species, all these things we can see. Then Gangetic plains, so upper Gangetic and lower Gangetic plains, so it covers many states like Delhi, MP, then Haryana. So with many important plants like Kutaja, that is Hollandaria pubescens, Malotus philippinensis, that is Kambilaka, then Pluchia lanceolata. So it's a North Indian Rasna. So there are many controversy in that, South Indian Rasna and North Indian Rasna. And in Northeast India, it's same like Western Ghats. That is also a hotspot. Around nearly 2,000 plants which grows there. There we can see the Aquilaria malacensis. So it's a very important plant. So even in Ayurveda, so it's a first plant which is discussed in the syllabus also. So it is formed by a mold or fungus. Nowadays they are artificially preparing that and cultivating this in the Northeast India. Okay. Other than that, Smilax species, so it's a very important drug. Then Abroma augusta, that is Pishaja carpasa, and Hypnocarpus cursi are well-known plants which grows in that area. Then again, Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep Island. So it is also a source of many endangered as well as important plants. Even in JNTBGR, a tropical botanical garden in Kerala, they have a Andaman section. So every year or in a 2 year, they used to go, some team go to Andaman and they will collect some plants and preserving here. So with very difficulties, I have visited that with very well. They are managing and they are studying on the species of that. So the species like Adenandra pavonia, which is good for rheumatoid arthritis, then Barringtonia, Samudraphala, and Calophylla uniphylla, that is Punnaga, are the few plants which can see in that area. And also we should know about the plants which go, that is halophytes, so which grows in the water or in saline water. So a few features like Rhizophora, then Acanthus ilicifolius, Avicenna. So it's having medicinal, and also it's like preserving the soil erosion and also preserving the ecosystem. Okay, so now recently in Kannur, there is a Kandal cut. So Kandal is the local name for this Rhizophora. So some politicians, they plan to clean that area, but some strikes, all those things happen to preserve these plants for maintain the ecosystem. So the distribution of diversity with these things we should know, like climate, altitude, soil, presence of other species. That is very important. So if you remove one plant, so it will affect the other species also. Okay. So endangered or threatened species is a native species that faces risk at extinction near further in a significant portion of its range. So already we discussed. And the whole plant, nearly 50% of the flora we are using as a medicinal. And IUCN also told 1/5 world plant species threatened with extinction. So it's a old calculation that is on 2010. So now it's much changed. Okay, so these are the few plants which I selected in critically endangered as well as vulnerable, because we cannot discuss the whole. It's a very vast list. So in this I have marked the with red color. It means it is extensive we are using, like in every day or in most of the medicine if you take, we can see the presence of these medicines like Adathoda bedomine. So it is we preserved in my home. It is there since from long time. My father brought this plant and he's planted as a hedge plant, but now it is very rare. Like for his use also, he is buying from the market, because only that time like we are collecting and keeping for our use, but it is endangered, so it is dying, so it's not growing like previous. And Aconita hydrophylla already we discussed. It's a very costly plant, so it's coming in packets, so 250 gram, 100 gram like that. And many Ayurveda formulations which is used for the water disorders, Aconitum heterophylla is important, and also it is specially indicated for the children's disorder. Then Aquilaria malacensis, that is Agaru, so that is also highly used. And here Cocinium fenestratum. So it is a important plant that is a substitute or South Dayuhridra. So it is one success story from J&T. I got the slides from them only. They shared with Happy while discussing about the seminar. This webinar, they shared the PPT, though that PPT I included here while discussing about J&T. So it's amazing, like Cocinium fenestratum, it is under the critically endangered list, and the original Dayuhridra, that is the Dayuhridra from the north, Berberis aristata, that is in the endangered. So it's not in critical. And because of the extensive use, because in south we are depending on the Cocinium fenestratum, and that's why we can see that it is critically endangered. And they have done survey on that, and now they started working on that. Okay. Then coming for a variety, there's this Gugulu, Embilla ripes. So Embilla ripes is also like we are getting most of the times it is adulteration. So one more Misa indica, one genus is there. The fruits looks exactly like Embilla ripes only, and sometimes another species, that is Embilla tesseram cottam, so usually seen in Kerala. So that is a substitute we are using, and very rarely we'll get the Embilla ripes, only if you are collecting it from the Himalayan belts. Then Gentiana kurova, so Triamana is also facing one difficulty, like cultivation is not possible with Triamana. So recently one study, like the government, they did some research, like conservation of Gentiana kurova in its in situ. So okay, so like rocky cracks is needed for its growth. So they were plantation for its preservation, not for the cultivation purpose. Then Holostemma adacotian, it's a plant which grows in, it's a substitute of Jivandi, which is commonly used in Kerala. So now it is almost vanished. Then Melaxis muscifera, so it's one of the source of Ashtavarga. Okay, then Jadamamsi, then Lilium podophylla is also a source of Ashtavarga. So these are the few plants. You can see that Saraka Ashoka. In Saraka Ashoka, there is a wonderful story, like the samples which we are getting in the market. So very rarely we'll get the Saraka Ashoka. Either they will adulterate with polyl stachia or something like Kanchanara, that is Bohemia, or Shoria robusta, because of the. So we don't know, like why they are not collecting the bark of Saraka Ashoka. I think they are considering it as a auspicious plant. So, and here a few plants like Bilwa, Egil marmalus, all those things we can found only in the temple premises. So people scared to touch or scared to remove the leaves or other parts from that. I think the Saraka Ashoka is also considered as auspicious. That's the reason. Even it is mentioned in Bapala book also, like in controversy book, he mentioned that he noticed many tree of Saraka Ashoka, but it is totally undisturbed. No one removed the bark or trees are saved, but it came in the endangered because of the seed setting. So it's the propagation, vegetation from the seed is very difficult. And Janaki Areval Patra, that is also it's an endemic plant which grows in the one hilly area of Trivandrum. So it is also under protected by the J&T. So next comes the endangered. So these are also like very frequently the one which we are using. So here most of the plants you can see that like extensively we are using in the trade, like asparagus, shatavari, then shallaki, again Embilla tesseram, but already we discussed as a source of Vidanga, then Madhunashini, that is Gymnema silvestri, Mucuna prurens, Kapikachu, so it's a good source of L-dopa. Operculina tarpetum, that is Virajana dravya, then Desimula dravyas, that is Orosilus, and even the pepper, black pepper, long pepper, then Chitraka, so Plumbago indica, that is the red variety, Stereopermum colasis, that is also a source of Desimula, Salacia reticulata, that is Sornamuli, the root will be red color, that is a drug of choice for the diabetic. So this is vulnerable. So vulnerable. So this will come like vulnerable, then endangered and critically endangered. After critically endangered, we don't have any source. So before reaching critically endangered, we should start preserving the drugs in any method. So here, vulnerable. So any moment these plants will become endangered. Once it reach endangered, anytime it can go to critically endangered. So here, Virginia ciliata, then Valiosperma mondana. So that is Gandhi. So people will think that Valiosperma mondana, it is common everywhere. Then also it comes in vulnerable because it is extensively using. So if anyone saw and they identified it as Gandhi, immediately they will collect and sell. Canarium strictum, so it is a substitute of Shallaki. Then Pedaria foetida, that is Prasarini. Okay, and many plants you can see like a Cattiva magna, that is Varuna, Costa speciosus, Citrulus colosynthesis. So like Chlorophytum tuberosum, so that is Shveda musli, Safed musli. So one time it was in good demand due to the preparation of that musli power extra. Now it is banned, but still it's edible. Tuber is edible and it is used in many medicines. Then Pseudarthria viscida, it is source of in a decimula it comes under Uraria picta is the original source. Pseudarthria viscida, it is a Kerala Prishnaparni. Then Plumbago saelanica, that is actually comes as a ornamental, but nowadays in industry most of people take Plumbago saelanic because they are thinking that it is less poisonous. But again, because without the Shodhana they are using in pharmacy, I have noticed. Then Rubia cordifolia, that is Manjishta. Then Strychnus naxvomica and Strychnus potatorum. So all this comes in the vulnerable. Then about the extinct. So only 2 species data is available. So this is the plant which is known to us. There may be many other plants because I already told, no, like whenever I go outside, I have seen many plants. So and from when I was small, I used to go with my father. So he used to show me. So he is my first botanist, we can say. Like he will tell all the identification features. So what with the smell or with the latex, how to identify that plants from that kind of exposure I got from my young time itself. So it gives you much interest to join in BMS and also continue with the Draviguna. So there I have seen many plants. So nowadays he will tell it was there previously, now it is not there. So means it is not it is extinct. Many plants name he is that local name he will tell. So here we are getting only 2 species, that is Asparagus roteleri. So that is extinct from Kerala in 1999 as per FRLHT. And the second one, it is Maduka insignis. It is extinct and it is rediscovered from the Dakshina Kannada, that is in Karnataka state. So there we can see the Maduka, many varieties. So these are the information. So now we'll see the conservation. So from where we have to do the conservation. So while telling about the conservation, so already Madan sir also told about the service of FRLHT. Okay, so it's very noticing, and I have been there. I was there for more than 1.5 years, very close to the FRLHT, one Ramakrishna Ayurveda Medical College. So whenever I get spare time, I used to go there, and many good staffs were there. They were very kind, and they won't hide anything. They are very happy to share all the information, not only the information, the plants also they have shared with happiness. And if we ask for some important plants with interest, they will arrange, and they are doing a very good service for the nation. And first we have to say about the IUCN. Because of IUCN only we came to know about all these things, so like this extinction, then this endangered, all these things are happening since from long time. So because of IUCN, their list and their activities bring all this to the common people. So IUCN, they work in the field of nature conservation and sustainable use of the natural resources. So it comes in 1948. It is brought by the Julian Huxley. So he is the Director General of the UNESCO. He was the person behind the IUCN initially. Later in 1964, they published a book, that is Red Data book, with the conservation of status of species. Initially, they were doing on the birds, then the ponds, some water sources. It is, and also it was a small when it started in 1948. Only few members were there, and in Switzerland, only in Switzerland. And later we can see that now if we search, we can say that it is spread all over the world, not only in India, all over the world, and where it is needed more, like South Africa and all, like if you see much developed, like the vegetations, we can see that they have tried many techniques to improve the growth of plants. So like there are many videos like throwing the seed bowl, then plantation, so the identify the plants which grow there, and according to that the plantations, many things we can so all these things because of the IUCN. So more than 18,000 export inputs we are getting in the IUCN, and most of the other the communities like the research people, they are following the category of this IUCN only. So they continue providing conservation knowledge for the benefit of nature and the people who depend on it. So it's a very true, and like if anyone need any information, so very informative we are getting from the IUCN. So this is the already Pawan, sorry, the Rakesh sir told like the category. So starting from the data deficiency, then least concern. So least concern, so the plant which is in least concern, once it came to the IUCN endangered list, we should be very careful. So necessary steps we have to take, like collecting the seeds. So what I used to do means, if I get some seeds, I will take only few from that, and the rest seeds I used to give to my friends, like those who are interested or those who are having the space or interested to cultivation. So half of the seeds I used to give them. So in one or if I am hiding and I am keeping with me, it's not growing there, still I am doing, there is no use. So we should take many exercise to spread its species. Then nearly threatened, and the middle three is the very dangerous, that is vulnerable, endangered, and critically endangered. So anytime they can reach the regionally extinct and extinct in the wild. So many plants we can see that extinct in the wild, like this Adatoda bedomi, then Curcuma zedori, that is Karchura. So all those things now only in cultivation. So same like in Gujarat also we can see so many plants only we can see in cultivation, like Ashwagandha, all those things only in cultivation. But under research training, and they are training the farmers with that, somehow they are managing the source. Next comes the NMBB. So this is also like the process of conservation of Government of India. So set up in 2000, and they also draw policies and strategies for conservation, then proper harvesting, cost-effective cultivation, and finally they will help the person to marketing of raw material. So here, like from beginning to the end, so there are many institutions, like they will give the vast information about the plants, they will give the saplings, and finally they don't tell how to sell that. The person or the farmer, they will cultivate it with good mind, and after later they don't know what to do with that. And when they came with that, the pharmacies, they will tell, we have the stock, we took from here, we don't want. So for that, a solution is drawn by the NMBB. So they are having a site there we can sell the cultivated product. So this is the good thing, actually we'll get the original plants in very cost, the effective rate, and also they are telling the proper harvesting, that is very important. So while collecting the plants or the barks, you should be very careful. So it should not affect the ecosystem. Next, about the FR list, already Madan sir told, and nothing much, like it started in 1991. So with a vision to revitalize the Indian medical heritage. So if you go there, you can see that one research center is there, one hospital, and a very beautiful nursery is there. And also in the research center, they have protected many rare and endangered plants in a very care. So like every day they are monitoring and they are seeing the changes, and also they are multiplying the plants which are in and threatened, and later they are shifting the plants to the inside. So that is also, so till there they are doing, and very effectively they are doing all those things. Other than this, they are also giving awareness to the public by Envis site and also the newsletter. They are having two newsletter. One is MedPlan and also Amruta. So they are doing, and they have taken two kinds of effort to identify the priority wild medicinal plants. They are currently they are doing two works. One is like identifying the plants which are threatening in the wild, and later the second one it is like raw material. So which all plants are listed in the raw materials, and they are working on that, like how to improve its cultivation, or what are the way to prevent it from the extinction. So like they are conducting the camps. Okay, they are conducting workshop in not only in the regional, so in many areas, like 17 states they are covered in 14 camps, and there they'll identify the plants highly used for the so nearly around 178 species they are identified for the extensively using for the in the market. Okay, and also they are focusing on conservation along with appropriate resource and augmentation and region of concern state. So each state wise the list we can see in their site also. So then last I used to discuss about the JNTBGRI. So that is Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanical Garden and Research Center. It's situated in Palod. So it's a forest area. So they have leased for 100 years. It's founded in 1979. It's in Trivandrum district. I have visited many times. So it's a very, so almost 100 acres. Okay, so more than 15 or 20 times I have visited with students personally. And because every time I am getting something new, and they are having a vast collection. So they are protecting many endangered or what to say important plants, and explaining the detail of plants or the conversion and environment also. So they're like all the sacred groups or the different sections like bamboo, then cactus plants, all this especially they have maintained, and also all the information regarding its conservation there. And this is the slide they are changed with a success story of this Cocinium fenestratum. So it is known as Maramanjal. So while it's a substitute of non-substitute of Berberis aristata, so with the content of berberine. So it was critically endangered, and this is a article like you can see that only 33 plants which was noticed in the wild. So when they started this project in I think 2014, then they started its conservation like from seeds, then saplings, and even in 2015 biodiversity day they started a sanctuary for Maramanjal. So like around 88 or a good number of plants they are conserved inside the botanical garden, and also they are giving awareness to the outside, like starting from the school children. So that is the best way, like from small children itself, if you start the awareness like which are the plants are in danger or how to save the ecosystem. So all those things even in many states they are starting, and nowadays we can see that in every functions, like any good function they are planning, means they are keeping plants or plantation or garden or something. So it is a very good initiation. So here in TBGR also we can see that they are not in the aim of money. They are with service. They are providing the plant sapling for institute or any person, those who are in interest, and they are giving many knowledges regarding the conservations. So they are conserving the plants under the, so these are the rare plants like Anaphyllum vitae. So it is a anti-snake venom, anti-snake poison, it is good, and Cocinium fenestratum, Embelia ripes, all those things they are conserving. So through tissue culture also they are enabling or the established for rare threatened plants. So the list of plants we can see here in TBGRI. So finally, we should conclude by saying the like if the estimated rate of global threat of extinction continue, then a large proportion of our plant species could be extinct in the future. So near future, we can see that many plants are in a verge of extinction, and very few plants information we are collecting. So many other plants are hiding. So that also we should take care of that. So not only the medicinal plants, even the plants which helps the ecosystem, we should concentrate on that. And conservation of medicinal plants in their natural habitat is important. So initially, sir told, Rakesh sir told, like conservation is important than cultivation. And so conservation along with the cultivation is the good way, which told by Madan sir. So that we should keep in mind. And these are the few points we should remember, like conserve habitats, make space for our wildlife, plant native plants that are local to the area, control introduced plants and annual. Nowadays, we can see that many introduced plants are coming. So it will disturb our native sources. So we should be very careful while bringing the plants, introduced plants, and then join an organization working on conservation activities and help them. So like from individual, we have to start up, we have to do about the conservation, then only it will work. So like instead of group, everyone should involve in this conservation. And we maybe heard about the Salumarada Timmaka. So one lady from Tamil Nadu, from Karnataka, she planted around 345 alu, that is ficus plant in 45 kilometer in roadside stretch. And other than also she planted around 8,000 plants without any intention. So like that, everyone should take part in this to make the ecosystem still alive. Thank you, sir.
Reju, thank you so much. You have shared such amazing information. I wish you to put your contact number. Many people in the audience would like to have your contact number. So please do share your details in the chat box.
Sure, sir.
You have also, one example, you touched very nicely on that issue of conservation by cultivation. And you talked about Arathoda bedomi. And you said, you gave us one very nice example. You said you can grow it as a hedging plant, as a hedge plant.
Yes, sir.
It's an endangered plant, but if you can propagate it, for which there are many techniques now, you can actually turn it into a hedge plant. And there it is. It's a good example of how you can conserve by cultivation. So Reju, please share your contact details with all of us. The images that you presented, thanks to, as you said, thanks to the Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute in Palod. It just shows the power of this institution, how they have brought together people from different disciplines to look at and how to share valuable information about tropical plants. So please stay with us, Reju, because there will be questions. I want to welcome here our final speaker. We are very fortunate to have so many people here with us today who have joined us from different parts of India, from around the world. And our final speaker today is Saikat Basu. Saikat is joining us from Alberta in Canada. And Saikat has been with us before. He has presented in our platform earlier. And his special interest as the Executive Research Director for Performance Seeds in Alberta. So Saikat, welcome to the platform. If you, Saikat, I know you're joining on a mobile phone. Now, is there some way to turn your camera the other way around? Turn yourself the other way around.
Let me see if I can.
Onto your face instead of the light coming from behind you.
Can you see me better now?
We can see you much better. Thank you for joining us. I know you have
welcome.
But we want
Thank
to hear
you so much.
We want to hear from you.
Sure.
I know you are a very busy man, but we want to hear from you and the vision from the big country of Canada.
Thank you very much.
In terms of land area, it's a huge space. Do tell us a little more, and we want to hear your message on this special day.
Sure. I'll also give some Indian examples too, because like the Indian examples are now being cited around the world. Like over the time, India is becoming an important country. But nonetheless, first, my
Saikat,
heartiest greetings.
Before going into your presentation, please do share a little bit about yourself, about how you came interested in plants, because our audience who are here and audience who are watching you on YouTube might want to know a little more. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. My heartiest greetings to Dr. Thangavelu, Dr. Agnihatri, and Dr. Sharma. And special greetings to Dr. Sharma because he has made us all very proud by winning that continuous webinar award that he has. And this is not an award for Dr. Sharma only. I feel that this also belongs to me. I feel it will also belongs to Dr. Thangavelu and also to Agnihotri and all the Ayurvedic practitioners who are here. Is because you have given us a continuous flow of energy. I know how difficult it is to conduct webinars and seminars throughout the year. And for a man to do it every single day without failure is an outstanding activity. Like I would have liked to recommend your name for Nobel Prize if there was a prize for continuous webinar series done. So thank you so much, sir. The part of my introduction is my name is Saikat Kr. Basu, and I'm originally from Kolkata, West Bengal, and have been in Canada for the last 3 decades. My specialties are in botany and agricultural sciences. So I mostly work at the interface of life science, agricultural science, and environmental sciences. And a predominant part of my work is dedicated to medicinal plants. So I have been a plant person throughout my entire career. And why am I interested in Ayurveda is because this holistic, the COVID-19 has provided a great opportunity for Ayurveda practitioners and for the practitioners of traditional and holistic medicine, not just for India, for around the world, because we have seen that before that vaccine came in, most of the world were dependent on these kinds of plant-based medication, at least for some minimal relief. So it has placed Ayurveda in a formidable position in the global scenario. And I believe that if we all work together on a common platform, I'm not an Ayurveda practitioner, but I love you guys because for your services, because the holistic medication that you provide has less side effects. And we are sick and tired of the application of antibiotics in our system. Doctors in India are prescribing antibiotics as you are popping, poppins or James or chocolate candies. This is devastating. In most Western countries, doctors are not allowed to prescribe antibiotics unless you have a specific, very serious condition. So I do not blame the doctors all the time. But it is also people who are very impatient and do not allow the body to, work according to the system and give it some time to recover. We want recovery overnight. We want recovery on an instant of a second. So this is causing a trouble. Nonetheless, thanking you all. I'll get into talking about endangered plants. I joined late because I was very busy with some few more keynote addresses that we have in here and was organizing another conference. So I missed out listening to many of the erudite lectures before me. And I have a cracked voice too because of the heat and cold that's going on. But nonetheless, I will try and highlight the most important points related with endangered plants. I will not talk about Ayurvedic application of endangered plants, but why plants are getting endangered, where are the problems, and why are we seeing this global planet-wide loss of plants, and what are the impacts that we are going to face? So it's general. I will keep it very non-technical and short because I know that you have started from 6 p.m. Indian Standard Time and it's pretty long, exhaustive. So I will try and finish it in 10-15 minutes. So first of all, endangered plants, we need to highlight mostly about the...
I'm sorry, I think we have lost Saikat Ji. He might join us. We'll wait for a few seconds to see if he can come back onto our system. Now, as Saikat Ji says, number one, while the program continues, I just want to thank Pawan Kumar Sharma Ji, Pawan Ji, who has been the architect of this platform. And we are on to a 379th webinar. Saikat is back with us. So Pawanji, thank you so much for creating this platform and giving us the energy. Saikat, you are back with us. So we'll continue with Saikat. Continue. Saikat, we can hear you. We can't hear you. You have to unmute. I know it's a long way for you, but we are used to this platform connecting the world. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry for the technical glitch. So why are we having this challenge of plants, getting out in large numbers like we are worried? It's because there are 4 or 5 industries which are dependent on the wild plants. By plants, I not only mean medicinal plants or plants used in Ayurveda. I also extend it to plants which are ornamental and has high value like orchids, also timber producing plants and other forest major and minor products that are produced from plants around the world. And this is not a problem just for India. It's a pan-global problem, and the problem is more, particularly in case of developing and underdeveloped countries, particularly those that are in the regions of the tropics, subtropics, and in the subtemperate zones. The reason behind this is that these countries, including India, which are in this particular zone, have rich biodiversity. And at the same time, the laws and rules that we have, it's pretty fabulous and fantastic. But how they are being implemented at the ground is a shady story. So in spite of having one of the greatest resources, we are slowly getting drained in part of the resources. United States of America has way more medicinal plants than Canada, because Canada is a circumpolar country and it's much colder. It has much larger industry that relates to timber producing plants than medicinal plants. And there is also not that rich biodiversity in Canada compared to what you see in India, because you need that favorable climatic condition of the tropics, subtropics, and the subtemperate region to see a wide diversity of species. Now, India is fortunate in having that, but India is also fortunate in having a large number of bad people. Now, one example that I'm going to put together, and why am I talking about this is important. I believe everyone has a chance to see the movie from the South called Pushpa, and where you have seen possibly how red sandalwood is smuggled. Although it's a movie, but it's a reflection of a very crude reality in our country, particularly in India and other developing countries too, is how this biopiracy is happening. And it's happening because there is a huge demand for Indian or tropical, subtropical based countries' major and minor forest resources. That includes timber, that includes ornamental plants, that includes nursery plants, that include various kinds of ferns, and also includes a large variety of medicinal plants. Now, I know that all of you possibly know the name of Veerappan, like the goon from southern India that raided forests of 4 different states. Until date, when Veerappan is dead now and he was brutally killed by the Tamil Nadu police, I have no soft feelings for Veerappan. But I'm saying that I do not know how many of you will agree with me, but based on my studies that I have undergone, it is impossible for a simple goon to rule over 4 states in a modern nation state like India with the 4th largest or 3rd largest army and one of the largest paramilitary forces, intelligence on the surface of Earth. India is being, celebrated as a global power, and that cannot even handle a jungle boy that is going and running, killing elephants, taking trees down and selling them and devastating forest. This could have only happened if he had strong political patronage. I do not know whether my friends from southern India will agree with me or not. Most of the chief ministers from the southern India states, when Veerappan was active, used him, exploited him for various purposes for their political gains. And this gave him an unprecedented power to reign over the forest, resulting in killing, or not just killing, like brutal killing of police, forest people sources, and wild animals and whatnot. And then one day when he was no longer needed, he vanished. He was brutally killed. As far as I know, that many from Veerappan's gang has been held up in jails for their activities and works and stuff. I am not very sure what has finally happened to them. They are maybe lingering in the jail, or maybe the Indian judicial system has allowed them, set them free because they have already spent 10, 12 or 15 years of jail term waiting for their trial. Now, why am I taking this point of Veerappan is this, you only know of this one Veerappan from southern India. And I'm telling you, we have very strong Veerappans all across India, from Northeast India, from Eastern India, from Western India, and even in an adjoining areas like of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir. Local politicians, without the help of local police, without the help of local border security forces, without the help of local administration, no trespassing along the border is possible. This is like, we can talk about the Kashmir border where it is covered by snow most of the time. Most of other parts of India has either rain-related hazards or they are too dense to cover. But as far as I know, the most forest beat officers and their competent guards are capable of protecting Indian forests. Then why we are losing these valuable plants and resources at such a great number? This is happening because this brings in unprecedented amount of money in dollars, in US dollar, mostly bought by a country called China. And it also goes from China to many Western countries. I'm sorry. In many of these instances that we go through, we would see that we blame many Western countries, and they are really behind collecting many of the medicinal plants from India and adjoining region for their pharmaceutical industries, for their nutraceutical industries, as well as functional food industries. Also, they utilize them for their organic product industries because these are not harvested by using fertilizers. So they have a huge price, even as medicinal plants, even as raw fruits, even as ornamentals in Western countries. And India and other developing countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, that are Philippines, that are extremely rich in natural resources or extremely rich in biodiversity, they go through this bioplundering through their system, where the politicians, the forest department, including government officials and border security forces, everyone is involved. This cannot happen without the concocted activity of a number of organizations. Our security forces are involved in this. Our a section of the government, which I'm taking as state governments and the central governments. There are intelligence failures, and I do not believe these intelligence failures are really failures. These are delayed information that are sent to the government by a group of people who are plundering bioresources from these countries, because these has huge, massive international demand, and international industry need these raw materials. Now, as we understand that this is happening across India, this is not a case of India only. I can assure you, this happens in every developing country where you have rich plant resources, rich animal resources. I'm going to talk about the overall biodiversity tomorrow. But the interesting point to highlight is this, that as you go through this process, you are learning, okay, these are the areas, where do you think you will find the most or the strongest association or concoction between people from between one country and another, or where these transband communities or plant resources, animal resources are vanishing? This has to be our international borders, right? So India has 3 very vulnerable international borders that are famous for the trafficking of Indian bioresources. Every other country has their own particular pathways. In India, we have 3 major ones. One is through from northeast across Burma or Bangladesh, then going back into China. The second one is through the ocean routes, wherever it is possible, either through the east coast or west coast. But sometimes because of the Coast Guard presence, and sometimes because of increasing stringent security measures that have been adopted both on the Arabian Sea side, and on the Bay of Bengal side, this has reduced to a bit to some extent, but still another very, very important corridor for the transfer and contraband commodities, particularly plants and animal resources, is through Bangladesh, through the Sundarban regions. 2/3 of Sundarbans lies in Bangladesh, only 1/3 of Sundarban lies in India. There is frequent movement of traffickers between India and Bangladesh through the muddy waters of this. This is a perilous place. There's lots of deaths and dangers. BSF has started shooting across, to stop people from illegal trafficking of humans, as well as illegal trafficking of natural resources like plants. So these are the 2, and the third one also goes through West Bengal. It grows through from city of Kolkata straight up into the Jalpaiguri district through a city called Siliguri. That is the gateway to the entire northeastern India. It's called the Chicken's Neck. Many people have heard about this, but this is Siliguri, Darjeeling. This area is adjoining Nepal, Bhutan. And also you can reach Tibet through these routes and into China. So this has become, the West Bengal has become one of the biggest trafficking route for biological plundering, particularly plants and other animal resources. Ultimately, everything is going into China, but they are taking the route one through Siliguri corridor, in either through Nepal and Bhutan. It is easy to go through Nepal than through Bhutan, into Tibet and then into China. The second one through Bangladesh, through the Sundarbans into Southeast Asia, and from there into China. And the third one is, in the most infamous, is the Indo-Burmese border, or the India-Myanmar border, which is one of the biggest or one of the largest transgressing border, both for human trafficking, terrorist movement, weapon movement, as well as plunder of bioresources. Recently, with the development of diplomacy between the government of India and Bangladesh and Myanmar, some changes have come in, but these are traditional routes of transfer of contraband commodities into China through India, through the Bengal corridor, as this is called. This has become almost like a golden triangle. People who are involved in them are local politicians, down to the level of the chief minister's office. To some extent, people are saying, one may not be able to prove, but it is highly believed that nothing can happen in West Bengal without the nod of the chief minister. So there is a high a controversy regarding this, that the chief minister's office is not taking enough care to prevent this transgression of the border and bioplunder of genetic resources from India through all these West Bengal corridors into the adjoining countries. West Bengal is a very, very strategic state of India, starting from the Himalayas, ending into the Bay of Bengal, and that touches almost 3 to 4 countries at various places. Tibet, Nepal, Bhutan on the north, it connects to the entire Northeast India, and then you have a unguarded Bangladesh on the other side. So this has become an international issue, and most of the governments in this country, whether it's India, whether it's Bangladesh, whether it's Nepal or Bhutan, are not taking this very seriously, in the sense that because there is problems within the system, false information is helping. Once in a while, you will see that a train that has arrived from Patna into Sialdah or Howrah in Kolkata, they have found 200 species of parrots, or 200 parrots, 200 this amount of orchids and plants. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Most of the time, you will see the vast amount of this material passes through safely, through the safe hand of BSF, through the same we have on the border security guards, the same safe hands of the Indo-Tibetan border forces, and also through the Sima Suraksha Bal. So unless the government wants to take a dig in seriously, and this is not just plants, there has been, cow theft, camels being transferred across West Bengal, the blue camel, or the Nilgai that we call, transported across West Bengal into the adjoining Bangladesh and other countries, it's becoming rampant. The High Court has taken some strong decisions, but a court cannot always guide, a jurisdiction cannot guide a politically elected a councillor or parliament to do everything rightfully at the time when they need to do so. So these are very serious issues that are happening across India, and this is giving impetus to countries, international countries, particularly like countries like China, where they are procuring natural bioresources from other countries through any means. Whether it is a good way, whether it's a bad way, whether it's an unethical way, it does not matter. They will throw money at your face, and they will do everything in their hand to get to your resources. Now, let us look into the fact that now that we know or have learned a little bit about how this bioplundering of plant resources is happening, let us investigating. It is important to investigate for us to see why this is happening. Like, why is there such a high demand for plants? China, particularly, is the largest country, the largest populous country in the world. And although modern medication is available in China and parts of Southeast Asia, and to some extent, to other continents like Sub-Saharan Africa, South America, but China, as a predominant country, the culture is in a way that they do not believe in Western medication. Like, they will take Western medication as the very last step of treatment when every other traditional treatment has failed. It is not something that the government imposes, but it is something that the people likes and the people appreciate. So they are heavily dependent on natural resources or natural-based medication. And many of these medication are dependent on plants, and many of these medication are dependent on animals. And we'll be talking about animals tomorrow. But for plants, they also procure huge, massive amount of plants, because a massive population in China loves using these medications, these plant-based medications. Sometimes this is just like what you call an eye wash, because many times it cannot get in the authentic plant, which is just essential for treating under the Chinese traditional medicine or the Tibetan traditional medicine. They use substitutes, and many times these usually do not work. But the feeling among the people, the tradition and the culture and the heritage of China, their strong faith in the use of these natural-based resources is so strong and so high that sometimes just by the faith that I will get better only by this medication gives them some kind of a placebo, and they feel better. And of course, every animal or every plant will have some medicinal properties, but China has gone overboard. Like they will be using gallbladder from bears to, urine of tiger, urine of rhinoceros, to what plants they can steal from any other countries. Western countries are also not very far behind. They either buy this legally from India, or they procure this illegally from China, who is also illegally procuring them from India. Now, this huge chain is because the Western countries needs a lot of these plant resources, and they need the plant resources for a reason. Is this, that all these medicinal plants that we see, or these herbs, these shrubs and trees, mostly these herbs and shrubs are not easy to grow. For example, when I am cultivating and growing rice or wheat for a long time, we have accumulated knowledge on wheat cultivation, jute cultivation, cotton cultivation for hundreds of years. For these medicinal plants that we now want to cultivate or commercially grow in other countries, we really have no information on their agronomic productivity, or we have very little information on their agronomic productivity. I'll give you an example. You have, most of your Ayurvedic practitioners, you have seen Kalmeg, right? I mean, it's a common plant that you all know, you can all identify. If you are going through a damp, a little bit moisty, or an old ruined or abandoned building before the monsoon or after the monsoon, if you are visiting and a part of the garden, you will see a plenty, or even in the old discarded houses, old castles, old buildings, factories. If you go, you will find that they are growing on damp places in and around the cracks of the bricks, and they are producing flowers, they are producing seeds, and they are growing quite profusely. The plant looks healthy. The plants look genetically vigorous. Now, my suggestion is try and transplant them to your garden. Like, try to bring those plants from the wild that you see, try and bring them to your garden and try and grow them, and tell me how successful you are. Honestly, like most people that tried growing medicinal plants, because their growth parameters are so much unknown to our research, it's impossible to a certain extent to even commercially produce them. Commercially produce means I cannot produce a 1 kg seed or 2 kg seed. I have to produce 1,000 kg seeds of Kalmega to make it commercially viable. So I have to produce that many plants. To produce that many plants, I need an agricultural or an agronomic protocol that I can use, knowing the pH of the soil, the conditions of the water, moisture, the irrigation, fertilizer application, organic compost application, and all these kinds of minute details that cannot be collected over just 1 or 2 years. On top of that, to make a crop vulnerable or to make a crop withstand the environment, you need to grow them at various sites and monitor which plant is growing the best under which environmental conditions. And then you pull their seeds, then you identify the best performing plants, then you have to grow them for a few generations to see that if these changes that we see or these characteristics that we see are genetically pure, means a plant that is producing profuse amount of seeds and high quality viable seeds, they must be able to do that for next 5 generations. Many times you will find that plants do this for next 2 or 3 generations, and then their productivity falls. These kind of lines, if you select, or these kind of cultivars, if you select, they won't become commercially viable in the long run. They're showing trends that their yield is fluctuating. And why yields fluctuate? It's an impact of the genotype along with the environment interaction that we call in agriculture. It's a complex study that you need to do that takes many years. I have made fenugreek or methi popular in North America by a research of, it took me 10 to 11 years to establish the crop, under arid semi-prairie conditions of North America in USA and Canada. And then we grow fenugreek like crazy. If you go to Rajasthan, if you go to Gujarat, it's so easy to grow out here. Climatic variations, environmental variations are such strong factors. So even if you honestly want to commercially produce that plant, some people go for tissue culture production. I mean, there has been some success with ornamental plants like orchids being grown in tissue culture system, but these plants are also very sensitive. Like once you sell them, if you cannot provide them the right kind of environment that they need to grow in their greenhouses, most people will lose them within a very short time. And these are very expensive plants. So the customers who are buying this will not be very happy. So the commercial production, I mean, I have just given 2-3 examples. There are around 15 to 16 to 17 to 18 different criteria that you need to look through for a plant before it can acclimatize to another country. So a crop that grows in Canada, if I try to bring it and grow it in India, it will take me 5-7 years just to see whether this crop can acclimate to Indian environmental conditions at different locations, different altitudes, different latitudes. So this is not a simple task of taking a plant, having their seeds and like a lemon tree you are growing. It's a very, very challenging trip, and particularly for commercial production, you have to have uniform production, uniform quality of seed, you have uniform size of seed, you have to have high quality production of seed within a very short time, and they must contain those chemicals. All the plants that we are dealing with, they have very much significant phytochemicals present in them. Those Ayurvedic principles that you use them for prescribing to the patient. Now, there is one plant, say, which is good for cough and cold. There is one that is good for diabetes. There is one that is good for controlling cholesterol. It's all because they have different natural chemicals like alkaloids, fibroids, flavonoids, and whatnot, sesquiterpenes, terpenes. I am not going to blog your ears with too many names of the chemicals, but all these chemicals are very important in the process of regulating the diseases, because these are secondary plant products, and these are medicinal because they are toxic to various parasites, which either over our skin, or megaparasites or microparasites that go into our blood and causes trouble, can be controlled by using those decoctions, because this decoction control contains this chemical. But unfortunately, I have done the experiments repeatedly. Plants in China which produce, say, 87% of a specific chemical, when you bring that seed of that same high producing plant in Canada and you grow them, you will find that they're only producing 50% of their total concentration of that particular chemical that I'm looking for. So as soon as you change the ecosystem, as soon as you change the environment, many of them won't survive at all. And this difficulty in producing medicinal plant commercially forces Western countries to look into poor developing and underdeveloped countries for real quick supply of various medicinal plants. Now, this was always there. This is not a new thing that is happening, but with global positioning system, with other use of apps that we are using, most of the time they are using so much high technology to identify these plants right on the site and helping. And who are helping these people to get these plants? These are not trained Mali who is working in your bagicha. These are poor, very marginalized farmers or members of farming communities that do not have job throughout the year, or forest fringe communities, or people who live in the forest. There are many forests in India where people are a part of that ecosystem. The government tried several times to relocate them, but there has been a strong political opposition. And I also feel it is unethical to move a group of people from their traditional home to somewhere just because we have declared it as a sanctuary. But rather than bringing those people and their indigenous knowledge to protect the forest, I think the government and the non-government agencies, even international agencies like UNICEF and others have, UNICEF and UNESCO, IUCN, they all have failed to use the collective knowledge of these people. So who are these people then are being explored by? They are now being explored by international black market traders. So they put them through their middlemen, they pay them money, they go to the villages. The villagers live in harmony with nature. So they are very much well aware of the forest, in which parts you can find what plant. But they are not trained to understand that if you harvest an entire plant, because it just gives you money today, it's going to starve you tomorrow because there is no next generation. So if you are taking the terrace and other plant completely out from the entire process, then you are done for, because we are leaving no opportunity for the next generation of the plants to survive. But these are poor, uneducated people. There is very little communication that could be organized through them. Forest department in some places, depending on what kind of good forest officer or bad forest officers you have, they have taken big steps in involving people in reducing their dependency on the forest and not harvesting so much of the medicinal plants and other natural resources of the forest. But in many cases, many people are just, I am getting the salary and I'm finishing the job. So this does not help in conservation of these particular plants. There are various communities in India, Aboriginal communities, tribal communities, who are keen towards plants conservation. And there are also various groups of organizations who are being mishandled by various terrorist groups even. If you go into the Mao-infested belts of West Bengal, particularly now in Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, you will see that these Maoists are using these villagers for exploiting natural resources, for catching, baby animals and all kinds of ornamental plants. And where they sell them to the black market. So the black market gives them a huge amount of money. With the money, the leaders are sending their sons and their daughters to study in US, Canada, Indonesia, Malaysia, and whatnot. They have no connection with terrorism. But the people who are working under them are dying, with interaction with the Indian Army or the security forces or the forest guards. And these the poorest of the poor are suffering year after year, and at the same time depleting the natural resources. I know I may have enraged many of you, because we are very respectful towards Indian Army, border security forces, and I am also respectful to them. And I'm not saying that every single person in the army or the security forces are involved in malpractices, but there are a significant number of people who are getting involved in this. I do not know whether it is about the salary, or whether it's a corruption drive, or it is, if a commandant goes into a wrong path, the whole entire unit is following that. But if you have your own investigation, you will find across the international border, particularly the borders along West Bengal, Bihar, and UP, there is a huge amount of contraband commodities that are going into other countries, and there is a strong help of local politicians, police, local administrators, politicians, small politicians, big politicians, even to connecting them to the state capital. Like if you go through who has given money or who has benefited from this process, but you will also unfortunately see a lot of army officers, a lot of our border security forces personnel being involved in this. I know bribing through the way of money, honey trapping through social media, lure of prostitution, gold chains, everything works. And in spite of these challenges, I would still say the forest department has done a commendable job, that still we are holding together the forest. I think India is around 18 or 19%. I may be, my figures may be a little off. But we need to reach somewhere between 23 to 25% for this country, because of this huge, massive population that we have. If we are cutting down trees, if we are taking down all the red sandalwood tree or the common sandalwood trees and selling them because of poverty, then we need to look into this. I have even recommended the Indian government that they need to upgrade the forest security force to the level of a paramilitary, because the people who are entering the forest, whether they are misguided terrorists, or that they are poor people who have been given sophisticated arms and gadgets like AK-47, even advanced versions of it. And what do our poor forest guards have? Those ancient British time 303 rifles, many of which will not even fire. So all these factors are slowly. And then there is this question of abject poverty. Then there is this question of unemployment in the country, particularly in the rural sectors, or particularly in the remote rural sectors, which are rich in forest, but people do not have much jobs, do not have money to survive. So they're very much dependent on the forest resources. So unless we look into the basic causes of these very social issues, where human factor is, I think, the primary factor involved in the loss of endangered plants. So unless the government or unless the international communities take part or involve or engage these marginal peoples into the conservation effort, all futile attempts of plant conservation that we are hearing, that we are trying, I do not believe that they will be, useful in the long run. If a chief minister can promote a what you call it, a dacoit or a robber like Virappan to thrive over 4 states, supported by the political big goons of those particular states for such a long time, they can also do very good. If the government want to implement good, strong laws that are implemented at the ground level, we can stop the plunder of these endangered plants. And why they're becoming endangered is because they are not getting a chance to reproduce. Many of the national institutes are trying to grow and multiply this, and then maybe they will be relocating or retransplantation of these important plants back into the forest ecosystem. But unless you can make in situ, like where the problem is happening, unless you can resolve the human factor within this complex equation, I don't see much hope that we will be able to make significant changes. Tiger conservation in India became successful by involving people associated with conservation, people living in and around forests where tigers inhabited, by making people understand why tiger, I mean, there is still tiger poaching going on, because China needs a lot of tiger bones and this and that fact, but they're also growing tigers in commercial tiger farms. But there has been a very good land-based connectivity of the government or the agencies to work together to make these conservation efforts successful. You know, when a big animal vanishes, like an elephant or a giraffe or another big mammal like a rhinoceros, it stimulates our empathy. It stimulates our ego, and it stimulates our feeling that we are losing something. Plants are mostly, we cannot see them. We see them in reports, we see them in some pictures. It really does not touch our heart, because plants are a bit obscure. I'm sorry if I'm saying that, a bit obscure. Botany is a bit obscure subject in that sense that it has not been in the public domain unless there is something very significant other than crops like commercial production. So this attitude needs to change. There needs to be an education and awareness regarding conservation of plants. And I think in your Ayurveda curriculum, I do not know whether you have already included that, but some part of environmental conservation, medicinal plant conservation, how you should do that, and what are the factors, this should be included even for Ayurveda students at undergraduate and postgraduate level, because you need to know that if we do not have these natural resources anymore with us, then there will come a point when it will go and impact your own practice, because you won't be able to prescribe a particular plant or its replacement because it is no longer available, or it has become so expensive that your ordinary patient is unable to afford it. So this is a big complex issue that cannot be, presented in 10-15 minutes, but I tried to give you the glimpse of the problems that's happening. And I have been repeatedly telling you that this is not just a problem of India. This happens in every developing country that are rich in biodiversity, whether it's in sub-Saharan Africa, whether it's South America, Central America, Latin America, whether it is Southeast Asia and Middle East. This is happening everywhere. Even in countries like Russia, there has been plundering of wealth, and people sometimes out of poverty are doing this, and sometimes they are, directed in a very wrong direction that we are heading towards a catastrophe. So for me, as I look into the problem, it's not just a one country's problem. We need to work together on a common platform, and we have to include humans in that equation factor for conservation. Once you remove human and you try to protect plants, the result is a big zero. It is never going to happen. If you have to conserve plants in Western Ghats, you have to include all those people who live in those environments to be a part of these conservation practices, because without their cooperation, without their help, without their surveillance, without their intelligence support information, conservation at this level now is becoming difficult, because the people who are plundering bioresources have extensively good gadgets and resources and weapons that they're using. So we stand helpless in front of them. But we need to change. We need to change fast and make appropriate changes to the rules, and also make people aware that how we are losing this, and that it is a collective responsibility. It's not just the responsibility of the government. It is the collective responsibility of all of us to work together on a common platform to help towards the conservation of all plants, and particularly endangered medicinal plants is at high risk. With this, I finished my presentation. I won't take much of your time, and thank you once again for giving me this platform.
Saikat,
really appreciate it for the long time that you listened to me. Thank you.
Well, you've raised, as Professor Rakesh Kr.Tewari ji has just said, he has commented in 2 words, bitter truth.
Okay.
So
I haven't got the chance to check the comments, but let me
distills very nicely what you presented. So thank you, Saikat. Please stay with us because there'll be a lot of questions. We are very lucky to have such a large number of people who have joined us today. Several have left us, but they will be listening to us from on YouTube.
Yeah, I got a chance to see like the comments now. Yeah, if anyone has any
please stay with us.
I'll be happy to answer.
Saikat, please stay with us because we will get many more questions. We are almost reaching, coming to our winding down time when we should be trying to distill all the points that we've heard today from all our speakers. We've had 4 excellent speakers. Rakesh Kr.Ji joining from Uttar Pradesh apologizes that he could not show us his slides and presentation, some family urgency. But Rakesh Ji, we would love to have you back with us. Preena Ji, thank you so much for joining today. Reju, thank you for your wonderful presentation and particularly the slides. And I think some of the points, Reju, that you had in your very last slide resonates with what Saikat Ji offered us, that you have to have the whole community involved in this activity. And Reju, you have offered us some, the connection with the land and the plants and our traditions and how your father taught you certain things, that how to preserve the plants, how to leave that one plant that will be the connection to the next generation, or how to collect the seeds and put the seeds back on that environment. That touches very nicely what Saikat Ji mentioned about Andrographis paniculator and how sometimes you have to understand the ecosystem to understand how the plant grows. You gave us excellent examples today of TBGRI, FRLHT, and the work that they are doing. I would like to show, just quickly run through the websites for these. I put the website addresses on our chat box for people joining us in YouTube. They might want to see. But before I do that, I want to quickly get swiftly get some feedback from all our speakers today, starting with Tewari Ji, and then Dr. Preena Jane, and Reju, yourself, and Saikat Ji. So Rakesh Ji, please unmute. And I also want to say that we have Dr. Mandar Ji, who is joining us from Maharashtra, but I think Mandar Ji, I think he has left our platform. Rajan Ji might be able to request Mandar Ji, who was the former director of government tree plantation of and connected with Ayurveda Rasashala in Pune. Maybe Rajan Ji will be able to connect with, but before that, I request Rakesh Ji just to give us your thoughts on what we have touched on today on this very important day.
It's a very, very important webinar. Dr. Saikat Basu has really touched the nerve. What are the very important causes of endangering the plants? Dr. Reju has presented very well, very important things, and we know Dr. Preena Ji has also presented very well. TBGRI and FRLHT are really doing very good jobs. We do are in between the foothills of Himalaya, Tarai region. We are based there, and we are also doing some important work with the tribals of Tharu region and this Dudhwa National Park, Pidivit Tiger Reserve, and Katarnia Ghat Wildlife Sanctuaries. We are trying our best. Thank you for providing me the platform and maybe showing me, connecting with my teachers, Professor Rakesh Jha sir, and my super senior, Dr. Vinit Agnihotri sir, and many more, sir.
Thank you.
Nice to.
This is, we are very happy to see where you are located, and this is a map of where you are on the foothills.
Pilibhit I am located, but now I am at Lucknow. Today it was the last rituals of one of my relatives, close relatives. That's why I am.
You have a family.
No problem, sir. I am somewhere.
It's a very rich part of
Yes,
the
sir.
country.
It's a very rich
and
outcrop.
we hope,
Sir,
and we are so happy
regularly travel. We regularly travel short tours to Dudha National Park, the Purnagiri Hills, and this Pilbhit Tiger Reserve. We are.
Well, Tewari ji, you mentioned a very important point in your talk, and I'm highlighting here the work of Professor Rakesh Kr. And
Yes,
Rakesh Kr. ji is in Haryana. He's at the Maharishi University in Rohtak.
Dayanand University.
I want to Dayanand University, and I want to particularly highlight that one point. I want to highlight this paper here. Interaction of a medicinal climate, Tinospora cordifolia, with supportive interspecific plants trigger the modulation of its secondary metabolic profile. Now, Dabarji has done a very, very fascinating study here. And this study is to show how that ecosystem, and this is a micro ecosystem, and the name that is given for this interaction, the plant that comes, the material that comes out, is called neem giloy. And it has been known for a long time, it's been known in our text that neem giloy has very special properties. And what Dabarji and his team have shown is that if you, in fact, listen and follow what is there in our Samhitas, and you look at the interaction between giloy and neem, then you can actually do a chemical analysis and show what is there, what are the differences in this plant. And that there is a lot of truth
very important work.
What is there. And this is a wonderful paper. The paper is freely available at this link. I won't go into this because of shortage of time, but he talks about many metabolites here,
Exactly, sir.
that are only found, some terpenoids which are found only when giloy is grown on neem.
That's what I was stressing, the natural associates of the particular plant.
Yes. And so this is one point that, came through from what you said, what is coming through about ecosystems. I just want to highlight the work that is going on now in Bangalore at the Transdisciplinary University. And this is the TDU, which is also previously the FRLHT, which grew out of the Foundation for Revitalization of Local Health Traditions. And you can see what Azim Premji of Wipro says, the great healthcare facility for healing based on India's great medical heritage. There are many other things. Please do visit this website to learn a little more, and you will learn about the work that is going on, the research divisions that are there, the different centers that are there. There's a center for ethno-veterinary medicine. So these are all the centers there. And there is a center here, Center for Ethno-Veterinary Science and Practice. And so we can start to see from the academic sector a different kind of engagement. So this was one thing I wanted to highlight. The second thing I wanted to highlight was about the work going on at the GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment. It is talking about an institute that is working on the ecosystem. And so this is a very important institution, and they have campuses in different parts of the country. And we were fortunate to have speakers from this institute who are presented to us. And there is a realization in the government that we need to understand the ecosystem. And there are things that are happening there. And all of this is being considered. And for Reju's sake, this is for those who are joining us once again on YouTube, who might be inspired to go and visit this website. Sponsored by the Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. Every state has a council for science and technology, but Kerala has extended this in a little way by also adding the E for environment into this whole formula. The state councils for science, technology and environment. And they have several institutes, and this is the Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanic Garden Research Institute. Please do visit this website. It is fascinating to see what is the amount of work that is going on. For all of us who are also interested in that traditional aspect of the mythology associated with spaces, the Tropical Botanic Garden is located in Agastya Kudam, Agastya Hills. So it is said that Agastya Muni meditated in that part of the world, which was rich in bioflora. And so that is one aspect of how we can actually bring all these things, the so-called different ways of thinking, how it can all be brought together and still provide a coherent story. And the Indian government is doing a lot of work. We do take Saikat's comment about and his criticisms that there are lacuna, but we need, at least he has flagged those points for us to think about it, take some action, or convey it to the authorities. So I pass the floor to Preena Ji. Preena is coming to us from the world of homeopathy, but she has introduced us into many aspects of conservation. She listed out the species that are the 38 species, etc. Preena, would you like to share a few thoughts on how we have done today, what we have appreciated?
Sir, today the topic itself is a different topic, but referring to the speakers, it was really nice. I don't have that much experience like others into the core of the topic. I just know with the knowledge I had presented, but with the Rakesh sir and with the Reju sir, I learned many things new. With Reju sir's talk, I learned many things new actually. It was interesting and it was really enlightening today, sir. I really enjoyed the session.
Preena, thank you so much for staying with us. And I know clearly you have enjoyed the presentations. My only wish, I mean, you've touched the Ayurveda space coming from the world of homeopathy. And Reju has highlighted very nicely in one of his slides about the number of plants that are used in homeopathic formulations also. I wish from not just myself, but from all of us here on this platform that you will encourage your students in your college to also think a little more about conservation, to think a little more about plants, etc., etc.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Thank you, Preena. Thank you for being with us. We enjoyed yesterday your colleague who was with us too. So thank you so much for, yes, Jerin was here and we enjoyed Jerin's presentation. And we are learning so much from both of you about the world of homeopathy and how you people look at repatriation and the kind of techniques that you use. We are learning a lot. Thank you for being with us today. Before we go to Reju, I would like to get a few thoughts and feedback from Dr. PVV Prasad. Prasad ji is joining us from Calcutta. Prasad ji, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for
joined from Hyderabad.
Hyderabad. Thank you, sir.
Earlier I was in Kolkata. So I'm very fortunate to join today's webinar, as Pawanji is my close friend when I was in Kolkata. So I used to participate in several webinars, and after a gap of 2 months or 3 months, I joined today. I'm very happy to hear all the speakers who have thrown their knowledge regarding this topic, today's topic. Very interesting, and especially Professor Rakesh ji, who is my batchmate. I'm fortunate to hear him after a long time, and other speakers as well. And organizing yourself is very in a nice way. You are organizing this one. Thank you. And I will go through all the websites which you have mentioned today once again, and I will come back to you.
Prasad ji, there is one question that's coming up here. How do you respond to Saikat ji's comment, Saikat Basu's comment about the difficult issue of how to get people also engaged in this activity? Have you, you have looked at big programs, government programs, etc.
So regarding this webinars conducting, or this today's job?
No, regarding that issue of contraband and movement across borders, national borders, and all these things. Do you have some comments on how we can protect biodiversity, how we can protect plundering of bioresources?
Yeah, first of all, we have to work at the ground level with the farmers or forest people, whoever. We have to bring awareness among them about the endangered plants. which is already going on, but we have to intensify the activities and we have to educate them. And this can be done only through the Ayurvedic persons and botanists, and with all the cooperation of the coordination of all the fields, which science and which we have to do with a very intensive style, because it is a very critical situation we are facing because of lack of resources. So when the demand is going on, we have to look into that matter and we have to enforce it in a combined and combination of all the fields experts.
Prasad, thank you so much. I wish one of our respected professors, Professor J.L.N. Shastri, I hope he would have been here with us, former CEO of National Medicinal Plant Board. But
he was my college mate and we were together in Vijayawada when we were graduates.
Because J.L.N. Shastri ji has been working to implement this Charaka Ashoka plantations and also Pipali plantation across the country. And there were some big projects that he was involved with. We will find out a little more. Thank you so much, Prasad ji, for being with us. We are coming up to our 9 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you.
Time.
Thank you.
I had earlier said that we will try and wind down by 8:30, but you can see the energy takes us to the 9 o'clock deadline. But we will get some feedback from Reju. Reju, namaskaram. Please tell us how
Sir,
we have performed today.
Yes, sir. It was wonderful. So first exposure I hear with this Pawan sir actually, but it was a very good initiative, sir. So many things I think I got from the other speaker also. So it was wonderful. From actually like this discussion is needed.
Very good.
Thank you, Reju. I hope we can take this message into more of the locations in Gujarat. You are fortunate to be in Gujarat, the land of Jamnagar. We say Gujarat is the land of Jamnagar now, and Jamnagar is the land of the WHO new global center for traditional medicine. So you are fortunate to be there, and I hope in Nadiad you have 2 or 3 Ayurveda colleges, if I understand correctly.
No, in Nadiad only one. So very close to Nadiad, Anand is there. So there we have one. Okay. And in Vadodara, that is around 60 kilometers from there. So there are many colleges. So but in all Gujarat, there are many Ayurveda colleges, sir.
Of course. Maharashtra being the leader in state with a number of colleges. We really look forward to having Reju, having you with us. I see your interaction with the TBGRI is very strong. So please continue that interaction and share with us the knowledge that you gain from them. But most importantly, a strong message that Professor Tewari also highlighted, which is that you have shown one very interesting example, which is how when you went with your father collecting plants, he would show you how to save some seeds and put it back in that location.
Right. Yes, sir.
It is such a simple message, but such an effective message. I think Tewari ji agrees with you, with all of us, how some simple messages, very subtle, but we say the God and the devil lives in the details, and this is one detail, which is taking us to the heart of one aspect of what Saikat ji also talked about in terms of andrographis. You will see it in old buildings, you will see it in many other locations. And how does it grow there? How does it survive? We don't know anything about it, and how to learn about these things. So
and same I am sharing with my students also. While teaching in garden, I used to tell, don't pluck the plants from the apex and wait till the fruiting. So if fruiting is there after ripening, you should keep some fruit for the next year. So then only you should collect for the herbarium. So because they are collecting the herbarium, so what they are doing means they will pluck the whole plant, then they will take how much they needed, and the remaining they will throw it outside. So I will teach them how to, even from wild or from garden or wherever, you should take in such a way that to keep the environment safe.
Thank you, Reju. Thank you. That was a very touching, very moving point for us. Those stories are very important. Those small stories are very important for us to spread across the country. Saying these subtle things, these small things can maintain plants and understand the ecosystem and keep the generations going. I'm so happy that Tewari ji picked up that one point and put it in the chat box, and that we are talking about it. There are so many people here with us today. Naveen Gupta ji, a former student of Tibia College, Karol Bagh. Naveen ji, namaskar. would you have a few thoughts? We are past the 9 o'clock deadline for us, but unmute. You will have to unmute, Ji. Naveen ji, please unmute. Aapka awaaz nahi aa rahi.
I think it is good for me, Madan ji, to just say thank you very much for all, and I could listen only the last two.
I noticed you joined us
speakers.
a little late.
I joined late, and I'm sorry for that. But anyway,
you are very, Naveen ji, you are very special for us because you studied in a college where BAMS and Unani students sat together in the first year, and studied. And this is very special. And so you are conveying, you are reminding of us a spirit. IMS in BHU, modern medicine people and Ayurveda students sit together and study in the first year.
There are only 2 points I will try to finish in 2 minutes.
Please.
One, I had a great relationship with Dr. Preena Jane.J ji, who unfortunately has passed away this year in February. And I was a close associate with him. He was member planning commission in the Vajpayee government when I was in Delhi. And I used to sit with him for hours and hours at his home. And he's a forest officer. And he was working in so many endangered species. And I don't know how to put it. I will try to find out his website. His website was Utthan. So he worked for all his life in this movement. Then he moved when the Vajpayee government was finished and then Congress took over. Then he was in Chhattisgarh, I think in Chhattisgarh, yes. So, and then I also lost my connection to him because I came back to Europe. And this is one point which I will refer to all the participants today. So they will visit the website of his website, and they'll find a lot of information about. It is just like not FRLHT, but something on his own. He was doing a great job. That's why it's very important for me to mention that name.
Naveen ji, please give the name of that website
Dr.
again.
Preena Jane.J ji. He's no more now. He is an Indian forest officer, and he was member of planning commission in the Vajpayee government when I was in Delhi. And I was sitting with him in planning commission in his office for hours and hours, and also at his home in Delhi in Teen Murti. Because he's of course, he's very senior to me, but somehow he became very friendly to me at that time. And the
name of Pavanji, the name, sorry, Naveen ji.
I will write it on chat box. Dr. Preena. I thought that I have to be very fast with all of you because I'm taking too much time. Dr. Preena Jane.J.
We've got the name, but just the name of the website that you talked about.
Okay, so I will also, I don't know how I'll spell it correctly, but it could be utthan.in.
Utthan.in. Thank you so much.
And
you have a second point for us. We are
second
so happy.
Point is just very small one.
Please, no point is small.
It is in Unani, because you refer to Unani. That's why I want to say to you that when in college and in our Unani dispensary, we used to sit in the Unani dispensary also in our final year, I think in our internship. And that was already 1983. And then we used to have a dravya, which is called Mamira Chini. It's a Unani name, and we used to call it Mamira in Sanskrit. So, and that's also endangered species today. And we used to use it for all neurotoxicity. Especially it was not available in our Ayurvedic, how do you call it, dispensary or I think OPD, yes, OPD, Ayurvedic OPD. But in the Unani OPD, this was available and we were using that. So it was, I mean, it's one of the, and then you referred about neem giloy already. Day before yesterday, I was there in the webinar by Pavanji, but you were not there. And then I referred to this plant, neem giloy also for some reason. So with this, I would like to take it off now, please.
Well, these are...
Namaste to everybody.
Dr. Naveen Gupta, hello. Dr. Naveen Gupta, you are referring Mamira.
Mamira.
It is useful for Anjan. What I am remembering,
yes,
Mamira and
yes, you are completely right, sir.
And Piyaranga, these two things are there in Acharya Sharma.
Yes, sir. It is called also Tikta Rohini. It's also called Pitta Rohini, and it is used for it's a Chakshusha Dravya. But we were in Unani medicine, we were using as against the neurotoxicity. And it has a very excellent result in Unani medicine for that. But anyway, this is not I don't want to make a lot of inputs today when we are ending.
Naveenji, my only complaint is you don't join us frequently. We want you to join in every webinar, please. Number one.
Madanji, I'm so sorry about that. And you know that I'm working on a very high project nowadays in UK, and I'm busy so many with people because we want to bring NHS in UK, and so it is like that. And tomorrow, you know that all the Congress delegation was also in UK yesterday, London. So I was whole day busy there. Anyway, so this is not the time to talk about all this. Thank you very much, Madanji. And it's we really what you do in the end. When you conclude all these things, you do so beautifully. And Dr. Saikat Basu, I heard it was very, very nice. Very, very nice.
What you have said, few small points, the points you have raised, motor points, big points. Thank you so much, Naveenji, for being with us. And you always pull something out, and we learn, even at the last minute, we are learning something new. And what you have told us about Mamira, I think the botanic name is Coptistita. Thank you to Rakesh Ji for sharing.
It is called, I don't remember now. They used to call it a kind of a chini. Chini means sugar, because chini is a Unani name. In Ayurvedic name is, or Hindi name is Sharkara. So what we know as many names today, which is popular, in fact, they are all Farsi names or Unani names, but we know them as chini. So it was one of the chini.
One chini is like Revand chini. One is either Revand chini is also
yes,
named.
Revand chini, kebab
that
chini.
Is different, but that is different.
Agnihotriji, you are so great. So you know all the chinis. and also you know the China chini.
We know all the chinis because it is our neighbor country.
Yeah.
You know all the chinis.
Thank you so much, Naveenji. Thank you so much for being with us today and for sharing these key points that and thank you for mentioning about Dinanath Tiwari ji.
I'm very happy that we ended up with chini. Okay.
Very sweet note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Be afraid of diabetes.
I want to.
That's why you brought Chinese people in between.
I would, if I may, I would love to bring Dr. Madhu Sharma, who is also from Haridwar. Madhuji, namaskar. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Namaste, sir. Hari Om, all of you.
Hari Om. Madhuji is a botanist. She's the professor of botany at the CDC in Haridwar. Madhuji, please, we want to hear a few thoughts from you.
I must thank you, all of you, for enriching my knowledge today. Today's the topic is so interesting. We also teach the same topic to our students, but today I just came to know a lot of plants which are endangered. So my view is that sir now told us that we should, when we pluck any plant or when we uproot any plant, we should plant same species so that the flora can be conserved. And beside this, the plants which are endangered now, they can be multiplied using tissue culture techniques, sir.
Madhuji, I have a request for you. I wish very much for yourself and particularly your students to connect with Reju Krishnan. Reju is in Nadiad, but he also has a lot of connections with the Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute. And it'll be wonderful if you did a college tour with the students from Haridwar going all the way down to Kerala to see the amazing campus.
Okay, sir.
So I think Reju will connect you with his friends and colleagues in the Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute. And it will be so inspiring for the students to go and see. Reju, so this is a request from you, from myself, to connect with Madhuji in Haridwar. And you can take your students from Nadiad to Haridwar and to see the Chardham and all these lovely places, and take them to Gangotri and Yamunotri and all these lovely places in Uttarakhand, so that they connect with each other and they share their experiences and learn from people of the same generation, students connecting with students. We have two other people here, new people who are here on our platform. Pankaj Kaul. Pankaj ji, namaskar. Pankaj ji, namaskar. If Pankaj ji is not there, I'm going to take the last but very few words, but important words from Domaji. Domaji, namaskar. Domaji is one of our eminent Ayurveda seniors, and he joins us from Telangana. Domaji is very passionate about connecting that connection with the rural people of India, you know. Domaji, namaskar.
Madanji, namaskar. Namaskar.
You are sleeping, Domaji. Sorry to disturb you.
No, not at all. I was quite listening to all these speeches. And here, excellent congregation has been done. And at the same time, the endangering species, it's a long subject. But actually in our environmental sciences, if we observe only two plants which are rampant in the masses, and those two plants characteristic is that one leaves oxygen throughout the day and night, and another is reverse to that. These two are very rampant in the that means masses. But out of that also, it will be very peculiar that knowing this, for example, I said that it releases oxygen for 24 hours, means whether it helps in preserving ozone layer, I do not know. To that extent, I didn't go and study also. But it is true, clear, and I read it about and heard of.
Domaji, what are these two plants?
That is the only thing I am putting forth in front of the DMs, district magistrates, who are being called in India as the elite, top elite class of the society, governance. In front of two, I put one at Kurnool and another at Mahabubnagar itself, where I used to stay. But when I addressed a gathering of more than 100 Vaidyas of Ayurveda, in which the convener was my nephew, where the district collector attended it. When I addressed that, the masses referring about the government activities as Harita Haram or social forestry and all these things, in their that means planning, and too lot expenditure is going on, but nothing attention is given whether they are quite useful to the nature and there is supplement to preserve oxygen. These are not given. These are not given attention, but money is used. In this, while I addressed very long back at Kurnool, then immediately at the end of the meeting, because he was a Northern Indian, not aware of Telugu, that's why when my address was in Telugu, immediately when we were at table of taking tea or biscuits like that, immediately he reacted to my speech and asked, Dr. Jagadishwar, what was that you are referring about social forestry? It comes under our governance. What was your remark? Then I said that, Mr. Collector, actually it was that a plant which releases oxygen 24 hours. And quite reverse to that is one which releases carbon dioxide. For this only I referred. Then he asked, may I know? Immediately I told it is called Bodhi Vruksha, under which Buddha has done his performance. That is called, and everybody knows in Ayurveda what is Bodhi Vruksha. And it is also a customary thing that every temple was in golden days will be having Bodhi Vruksha. Pippal ke, Hindi mein bolte hain pippal ke jhaad. Or Quite reverse to that is tamarind. Tamarind. These are quite known names. But why social forestry does not include pipal ki jad while plantation? At least to frequent distances, if they measure, likely it is going on. Both are useful. Everything, every plantation, every natural abundance. I say that natural abundance is useful in Ayurveda. But only one thing. This was at he was also Tewari at Kurnool, and whereas the same thing happened at Mahbubnagar, while the district taking pose and for the tomorrow's media, immediately I approached that may I draw your attention for a while. Then the bodyguards looked at me, but immediately I made a little distance and asked that, Madam, I'm from this institution, from this establishment, and there are two plants which are the same thing expressed to her, and when you get the information, please pass on to me. But she was just quite adamant, but was reckless to my actually approach. Whereas one DM immediately sincerely asked, but another DM was very adamant. Well, quite young enough. Likely
Domaji,
it goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Domaji, the point you have made here, I put this, I think Reju also mentioned about this. This is the lady who has grown 385 banyan trees along a 45-kilometer stretch of the highway between Hulikal and Kudur. Now, this is an amazing story. It is a story of how when people get involved in something, you can bring about change. Domaji, you have touched on that. Thank you for raising this very important point about the people tree. And thanks to Reju for highlighting that one point about the lady. And from what I can gather, this lady is over 100 years old now. She's about 100 and something, 100 plus years old, according to the information that we have. She might be 110 to 111 years old. And her achievement is recognized with the Padma Shri that was given to her by the president in 2019. So with those few words on this very, very special day, I want to thank all our panelists for this incredible series of presentations, number one. I want to thank all the people who joined us along. We even had Anita Tomarji joining us from not, she wasn't quite from Uttar Pradesh, but joining us today from Allahabad. So where Tewari ji is today, that is where we have Anita ji is working as at one of the outstations of the Forest Research Institute. And thanks to Naveen ji for being with us. Naveen ji, you inspire us every time you are here with us with your wonderful sharp comments and additions to our
you were saying
discussion.
something to my name. I was just missing out.
No, that's it, Naveen ji. We thank you so much for being with us. That's all.
Okay, please.
You see how time passes. It's 9:20. And I want to finally thank Madhu Sharma ji and Doma ji for adding to our comments today. And thanks to Dr. Prasad for joining us from Andhra Pradesh. Prasad ji, namaskar. Thank you. With those few words, another excellent event, Pavan ji. We draw the 379th webinar to a close. Thank you for holding us together. Without your energy, we would never achieve this number. So thank you for holding us together. I return the platform back to you, Pavan ji. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent coordination and moderation. Excellent, sir. Excellent. Now I would like to request Professor V.K. Agnihotri, sir, for his final remarks.
Agnihotri ji, pranam ji.
Pranam, sir. Namaskar, Professor Sharma ji. Namaskar, Professor Madan ji. Thank you very much. So again, after 24 hours, I am here to say some words for today's webinar. I have much more to say otherwise. But first of all, I extend my regards to all the very high dignitaries who joined today's webinar platform. It was 25 or 26 in number, and very high persons. After a long gap, we could see, not see, but get the name of our Alviji and all that. So Professor Madan Thangvelu sir, Professor C.V. Jha sir, Guruji, Dr. Harish Verma ji, Professor Rakesh Kr.Tewari ji, our beloved friend, Professor P.V.V. Prashad sir, Ved Jayesh Thakkar ji, along with a very happy birthday to him as he is celebrating a birthday today. Dr. Pawan Kumar Sharma ji, our organizer, Dr. H.S. Mishra ji from Pilibhit, Dr. Jagdishwar Doma ji, Dr. Preena ji, Dr. Saikat Basu ji, our one person from Dr. Madhu Sharma from our Chinmay Degree College, Haridwar, and again Dr. Mohsin Delvi ji, our Dr. Rampal Somani ji, Miss Sneha Anderson ji, Dr. Rajan Tankar ji, and our Dr. Reju Krishnan ji, our all speakers. So it was a great day. Actually, it is not only a matter of discussion in webinar or in classrooms or in civil authorities or government. It is really a directly affecting issue, especially for our Ayush department, Ayurveda and homeopathy, naturopathy, at least Siddha, Unani, these five apart from yoga. These all are depending upon our plants and plant derivative for the formulation of our different preparations as a medicine. Not only this, this is we are talking today for the endangering plants. We are also having so many things which are not there, and Dr. Pawan Sharma is always crazy for amber and gorochan, kasturi. These things are coming from the this animal sources. But at the same time, bansulochan is still there. Bansulochan is the rarest one, and we have got our sitopaladi. If it is not there, and if we use the alternative, the quality will not remain, which is said to be there in sitopaladi. So first of all, I would like to talk about Professor Rakesh Ji, as he very much honored me. I would like to say a few words, good sentences. Whether you are there or not, Professor Rakesh Ji, Rakesh Kr.Tewari Ji, hello.
तिवारी जी है जी हमारे साथ
हैं?
मैं हूँ सर, मैं कैसे छोड़ सकता हूँ आपको सर? मैं तो किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में सर, जब तक
210
मदन सर जब तक नहीं कहेंगे,
210 में परीक्षा किया, लेकिन बोलना बताइए. So our Tiwari ji, we have got otherwise, apart from PG, we have got otherwise relation. Before joining Rishikul, I also got selected for in Lalithari Ayurvedic College, Pilibhit, but I joined preferably in Rishikul, and we are having one internal relation that on 10/10/74, 10 October 1974 को our Rishikul Ayurvedic College, Lalithari Ayurvedic College, and Jhansi Ayurvedic College, three colleges were declared as the government college, apart from state Ayurvedic college. Otherwise, in whole UP, only state Ayurvedic college Lucknow was the state college or government college. So we are.
I am graduate from there.
We are partners or co-partners. And
sir,
now you are
graduate from Lucknow, sir.
Yeah, no, you are, but now you are giving your services in Pilibhit College, where our Atul Babu Varshney was there, and so many persons are there. Way back, Dr. Mahendra Sharma was there, who once came to take examination in hygiene in Saswat. So in that way, we have got triple relation. PG relation,
many relations, sir.
Lalithari Ayurvedic College relation. And third more, which I want to tell you, my elder brother is there in Lucknow in Jankipuram, just got retired from LHO, from the State Bank of India. And he, my Bhabiji was posted somewhere in Sitapur district. So when I visited Lucknow, I made a point to visit Niyam Saran and Mishrik both. So, and I gone through the Chakratirtha. So your name and your Mishri name Sharan recapitulated all good things which are very much related in UP and Pilivir. So, and you are also talking about the Dua National Park. That is the treasure of our India.
We visited.
So you touch all these things along with the data that how many plants and species have gone away, whether they are vanished or they are under danger. So it's not a matter of danger itself. You see, you also talked about the Govind Vallabh Pant Environmental Institute there in Katarpur, Katamal, Almora. As I told you, as I told and quoted earlier, that they have got a nursery for this Texas Bacata, and they showed Mr. Dhyani was there, who was the networking program in charge when we visited with our excursion tour of a student way back, say 15-20 years back, 1995 or so. He showed me that now the routing has started, and he also informed that foreigners and other persons taken away these plants in a grassroots level. So goes the case with Adatoda vesica from Haridwar. Whole of the Ganges range was automatically getting Adatoda vesica and Khadir plants, and they were nowhere to see even. Had there been Professor Vinod Chandra Upadhyay and Professor our Mayara Munial ji, today's webinar would have been touched other heights, because they have did a lot. They have not only wrote the books, they have did a lot, and they have got a wonderful identification. As Professor Domaji was telling that it is the Bodhisattva people, but it is not endangered species, because it is everywhere almost. The pollination of itself is so natural that when it starts spreading, it gets planted even in between the slit of the two bricks. We have to shift it somewhere. As our Indian mythology, we should not destroy it. No Hindu cut the people tree, even if it is disturbing the building or so. So, as far as the neem is concerned and ashwath is concerned, it is not, even the banyan tree is also there. It's not a matter. Endangering, especially sargandha, ashwagandha, vasna, which is already there above 10,000 or 13,000 feet height, near to Badi Kedarnath temple and all that. So this is what the things are. And moreover, what Saikat Basu touched, that was the Biprkrust Nidan. That was the Biprkrust Nidan of the current today's problem. We used to see on in every next day regarding the smuggling. Sometimes the smuggling material is from the animal source, say ivory horn, or is afim, or this thing, that thing, or even sometimes tortoise. So goes the case with the plant source also. These things are especially Ativisha, which is a very important point of our Arogvardhani Bhatti. Kutki is there. They are all being smuggled. The countryside persons, whether they are laymen, but they know how to earn the money. So the contractors reaches them, and they manipulate the things, and say 2,000 rupees thing they purchase only out of 20 rupees, and they smuggle like anything. So these things are going on. I was just scared that Sokasri could not say something in a public platform, that he started talking about Veerappan and all that. I was scared. But his viewpoint was this, that there should be some rescue from the government part, from the administration part. And also, since forests are so dense, it's very difficult to pay full attention. Even the mediators were there, who was representing government and also near to the Veerappan. So many round talks were there, and ultimately how it ended, everybody knows it. So it is not the matter. Matter is this, that every citizen of India, or even our Ayurvedic Devagun department person, must have some secured thing, that how they can collect the endangered species to their herbal gardens. And they may put the names that, please, this is the very sacred area. This area should not be disturbed. Just like Tulsi,
and other things can be put there for the sake of worship, that this area should not be crossed. Nobody will enter with the shoes and all that. And as you manage the Navagre Vatika, this Gravatika and this thing, so goes the case for the endangering species, then they could be recultivated. The conservation by virtue of cultivation is the great thought. It can be factorized, and all the our speakers, yourself and Dr. Madam Preena Ji and Dr. Reju Krishnan Ji, also this talked about these things. So we can talk for hours together, for years together. We should also come with the solution. What is the samadhan? We are known and everybody known, even the listing is there. Our Prola College, Dr. Professor D.R. Nag Saab, I have already informed that they have given me a good list plants which are, or medicinal plants which are there in Himalayan range. He ended me over there back in 2005 in Pragati Maidan, Arogya Mela and all that. So there also the endangering species are there. Our viewpoint is this, that how we can restore that, as GB Pant Institute persons are doing. They have, because when I talked to Professor G.C. Prasad sir, I told that it is a very important thing, and this Talish Pat or Taksat Bagata. So it's very rare, and I have visited there. Well, I have already done its work over breast cancer and all that. Now other things are also there, along with the herbomineral preparation or the basmas, Irek minerals, etc. But as far as this things are concerned, we have to secure them. We have to get their nursery for rooting and for cultivation. So Devagun department and each and every Ayurvedic college where we are maintaining the Vanaushadhi Batika or herbal garden, there say 20 feet by 20 feet room or plinth area should be reserved for those species which can be cultivated at that altitude, at that in that soil, and in the maintenance of the temperature or the season falls there in that area. Say for example Pilvit, say for example Kerala or Madhya Pradesh, Haridwar, everywhere. Then means some things are there which are cosmopolitan. They are everywhere can be cultivated. But as far as the tea plant is concerned, they are there in Darjeeling, Assam, Dehradun, or Uti, Bangalore. So goes the case with the species. So our discussion academically is one thing. This is making an awareness. So we have got the list of the endangering plant in species. We are supposed to cultivate it as and when they can be. So this will be the condition, because we have got Ayurvedic colleges right from Jammu Kashmir to Kerala and from Dwarika, Goa to West Bengal. So in that way, every site may take lead. Every site situated Ayurvedic colleges may take lead to see that which of their engineering species are vanishing from their area. So that can be managed in that way. The holistic approach for securing or conserving the endangering plants species could be possible. So all persons' contribution and active support is direly needed. Then only we can reach to our today's discussion's point. So with these remarks, I congratulate all our speakers, especially Saikat Basu, definitely touched a very sincere area, which I have got no hesitation to say it is a, he touched the area of smuggling. Smuggling, one thing where sometimes the government also fails. So we have to come forward, not creating any nuisance or offense. We have to preserve our thing, our life, our formulation, our Ayurveda, our Ayush, and our theme of Sastasya Swasthya Rakshanam. So this will be achieved. Thank you so much. Over to Pawan Sharma ji. नमस्कार. आपका म्यूट है, म्यूट है आपका.
Agnotri ji, thank you so much. कि आपके जो recommendation is a very valid recommendation for us. कि every college must take responsibility of understanding local resources particularly the Ayurveda College. If Professor Ramadas ji would have been with us, he would have seconded your comment. He's always been saying that local people have to look after local resources, and that's the best way to preserve this. Ek cheez, Agnihotra ji, I know we are getting well past 9:30. I said we will come to 9:30. It's 9:37 there in India. I have a comment here. I just want to take this out because Madhuji is here with us from Haridwar, from CDC. I don't think that we are giving that emphasis on this aspect of cultivation in our education programs. You know, neither in the science colleges, degree colleges, nor in the professional colleges, nor in the schools. But there are some initiatives. Almora, there is an activity now which somehow it should spread a little more into not only the blocks, not only the 7,000 blocks, but beyond the block level. कि हर एक ब्लॉक के अंदर होगा 100 के आसपास ग्राम, वहां तक पहुंचनी चाहिए कि थोड़ा और चलो, गांव, हर एक गांव के अंदर चलें थोड़ा सा. तो इसकी तरफ दोमा जी की वो, we have to take Domaji's mentality and become a little more connected to our villages. And I hope whether it is the remote villages in the hills of Uttarakhand or in the more accessible villages of Kerala, there is still a gap there. And that gap needs to be filled, and that gap needs to be shown as a respectful and dignified activity, you know, connecting with the plants. I think
सर आप बहुत ही बढ़िया बात टच कर देते हैं, बहुत ही प्यारी बात टच कर देते हैं. क्या हुआ मैडम मधु शर्मा जी हैं हमारे साथ इस समय?
मधु जी है जी हमारे
हाँ जी
साथ.
सर, जी
बढ़िया. हमको पहले समझ रहे थे कि आप हमारे SMJ में, फिर आपने जब लिखा ना तो हमने कहा डिग्री कॉलेज में, तो वहां आपके समय डॉक्टर आदेश गोयल की वाइफ भी होंगी केमिस्ट्री में. अब नाम तो नहीं, डॉक्टर आदेश गोयल है ना, इनकी वाइफ है, केमिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट में होगी. बहुत पहले उनकी पोस्टिंग हो गई थी, मेरे ख्याल से 10-12-15 साल हो गए. खैर मैं ये कह रहा हूँ,
हाँ जी,
वो आप देख लीजिए. मैं ये कह रहा हूँ जो प्रोफेसर मदन सर बोल रहे हैं, देखिए होता क्या है, मैं पूरे विश्वास से कह सकता हूँ, आज आप असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हैं, बॉटनी पढ़ाती हैं, BSc को MSc को जो भी है, आज की तारीख में आपको जितनी नॉलेज है उतनी नॉलेज आपको BSc फर्स्ट ईयर में नहीं थी. BSc करने का जब MSc प्रीवियस जब बॉटनी में कर रही तब नहीं थी. होता क्या है, जब हम पढ़ते होते हैं उसमें हर बच्चे का, लड़का और लड़की को सबसे बड़ा ये होता है कि उसको जॉब सिक्योरिटी चाहिए. आप सब जो बता रहे हैं बच्चे कैसे इन्वॉल्व करें, बच्चे तो इन्वॉल्व हो जाएंगे, उन्हें दिखाई पड़ती है MSc बॉटनी डिग्री एंड देन प्लेसमेंट. हाँ, 60 में से 4-5 लड़के निश्चित रूप से एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरीली इंटेलिजेंट होते हैं और वो मैडम को, टीचर को आउट ऑफ क्लास भी अप्रोच करते हैं, पूछते हैं कि इसमें और क्या बेहतर होता है या हम कैसे प्रोजेक्ट होना है, क्या करें. तो वो लोग तो आगे निकल जाते हैं और उनका एटीट्यूड टुवर्ड्स द एकेडमी होता है. वो MD PhD भी करते हैं और चूज करते हैं टीचिंग लाइन या रिसर्च चले जाते हैं. फिर वो चाहे फॉरेस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट चले जाएं या इसमें हर्बोलॉजी में चले जाएं या अपने FRI में चले जाएं. तो एक प्लेसमेंट जो समस्या होती है, और जैसे ही वो जॉब पाते हैं फिर उनको लगता है कि अब हमारे पास लोड आया, अब मुझे अपने सब्जेक्ट बात करना, अब मुझे फिजिक्स बात नहीं करनी है, केमिस्ट्री बात नहीं करनी है, अब हम हिंदी भूल गए, अंग्रेजी भूल गए. तो वहां से शुरुआत होती है. तो ये इनकलकेट करना बच्चों के दिमाग में कि अब तुम MSc में आ गए हो तो ये आपकी होगी. इसमें भी आप किस में आप कहेंगे, इसमें टेरिडोफाइटा में कहेंगे, बायोफाइटा में करेंगे, किस ब्रांच में कहाँ किस प्लांट पे लेके कर रहे, वो तो काम हो गया. अभी जैसे मैडम ने जाना ना कि हमने आज बहुत कुछ जाना, सही बात है. हमारे एक शब्द और आता है, हमारी पूरी द्रव्यगुण विभाग में एक प्लांट होता है ना, जब भी हम बात करते हैं तो सभी संस्थाओं वी सी द फार्माकोलॉजिकल एक्शन ओवर ऑल द सिस्टम्स, और लास्ट में स्किन तक पर ले आते हैं, फिर कहते हैं 7वीं करण पर बल है. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, जो कल हम चर्चा नहीं कर पाए डोजेस के मामले में. डोजेस में भी यही होगा कि हम जिस प्लांट को यूज करने, जिस फॉर्मुलेशन को यूज करने जा रहे हैं, जैसे हमारी आरोग्य वर्धनी बटी है, हमारी संजीवनी बटी है, तो अगर इसको यूज करते हैं तो वो जहां एक तरफ लिवर ठीक कर रही है या बुखार उतार रही है, वो उसके बाकी जो रेमिनेंस है जो बॉडी में रह जाते हैं ऑन आफ्टर डाइजेशन एंड मेटाबॉलिज्म, वो हमारे बॉडी के टोटल आउटपुट के लिए फेवरेबल होते हैं, जिसे होते हैं सात्विकरण प्रबल्य, कि व्हेन इट विल बी एब्जॉर्ब्ड और एक्सेप्टेड बाय द बॉडी, इट विल गिव द स्ट्रेंथ टू द जनरल बॉडी, so that the disease from which a person is suffering, he will not get debilitated because of this medicine. Violence, अगर आप पैरासिटामोल लेंगे, बुखार उतरेगा, पसीना आएगा, मिनरल्स बाहर जाएंगे, आदमी वीकनेस फील करेगा। इसलिए मॉडर्न मेडिसिन वाले बीकासूल, जेविट, बी कॉम्प्लेक्स साथ में दे देते हैं कि थोड़ा सा एडजस्टमेंट हो जाए। तो हमारे देवगुण में आप समझ लीजिए कि नानोशित भूतम जगत किंचित, जो आप तो जनरल बॉटनी पढ़ा रही हैं, वे सारे के सारे प्लांट हमारे मेडिसिनल वैल्यू वाले हैं। तो बच्चों को जब ये पता लग जाएगा कि अब वो फालसा खाते हैं, जामुन खाते हैं, आम खाते हैं, पपीता खाते हैं, केला खाते हैं, ये सब भी तो प्लांट ही तो हैं, इनके प्लांट्स के ये फ्रूट है। तो उसी तरीके से हमारे पास जो मेडिसिनल प्लांट, ये तो फूड प्लांट हो गए, जो मेडिसिनल प्लांट हैं उनको हम मेडिसिनल वैल्यू के लिए उनको बचाए रखना जरूरी है। और कुछ बच्चे जरूर क्रेजी होंगे जो उसकी मेडिसिनल वैल्यू के लिए, जैसे कि फर्नीचर वैल्यू हो गई, वुड वैल्यू हो गई, तो उनकी मेडिसिनल वैल्यू के लिए जाएंगे। और हो सकता है ऐसे बच्चे या तो वहाँ MSc तो नहीं जाते हैं, कई बार BSc करके BMS में आ जाते हैं, ये थोड़ा देखना होगा। तो ये आपके अब होने से वहाँ पे सुविधा रहेगी कि आप बच्चों को अच्छे से प्रमोट कर सकें, क्योंकि अब आपने मेडिसिनल वैल्यू वाली बॉटनी आज अटेंड कर ली, तो ये आपके लिए बढ़िया हो जाए।
हाँ जी सर, ये डेफिनेटली सर, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे अभी कोर्स में प्लांट डाइवर्सिटी एंड ह्यूमन वेलफेयर है टॉपिक, तो उसी में ही जो है मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स ऑफ इंडिया एंड वर्ल्ड ओवर है, तो मुझे आज देखने को भी मिला। और मैं प्रमोट भी करती हूँ स्टूडेंट्स को कि जरूरी नहीं है कि एवरी टाइम हमें जो है लाइव स्पेसिमेंस देखने को मिले, तो हम गूगल में भी इवन इमेजेस देख सकते हैं। वैसे FRI भी हमारे पास में है, और हम कोशिश करते हैं कि स्टूडेंट्स को लेके जाएं वहाँ पे, और उन्हें जो है हर्बेरियम या जो गार्डन्स हैं वहाँ पे जो है दिखाया जाए उन्हें। लेकिन कई बार नहीं हो पाता है, पेंडेमिक की वजह से ये पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाया 2-3 सालों से सर। और लेकिन हमारे
आप अपने बैच को हमारे लिए, आप अपने बैच को ना हमारे लेके आइए ना, ऋषिकुल गुरुकुल दोनों के पास बहुत बड़ा अपना हर्बल गार्डन है, बिल्कुल हमारे तो रोड साइड ही है, आपको बहुत दूर जाए जो बच्चे अपने आप।
सर, हाँ जी सर, जी सर।
तो अपने ही साधन से आ जाएंगे, स्कूटी से, स्कूटर से, कार से, साइकिल जैसे भी आना होगा। हमारे पास कम से कम 300-400 प्लांट हैं, छोटे बड़े। इलायची वगैरह का पौधा नहीं इन्होंने देखा होगा, छोटी इलायची का, हरिद्रा
हाँ
का,
जी सर,
उनको आप
क्योंकि
उनको
जितना मेरे को ये
दिखाइए।
लगता है कि
देखिए ना, भल्ला
बॉटनी
कॉलेज
में
के बच्चे,
जितना
भल्ला
लाइव
कॉलेज
प्लांट्स देखेंगे। हाँ जी सर,
भल्ला कॉलेज के बच्चे आते हैं हमारे यहाँ, पूरी हमारे जैसे कहा ना, पूरे प्लांट उखाड़ ले जाते हैं हर्बेरियम फाइल बनाने के लिए। और बिल्कुल इसलिए हमको पहले प्लेटें लगाई थी। प्लेटें हमारे प्रिंसिपल साहब बोले प्लेटें इसलिए हटवा दे रहे हैं कि वो नाम देखते ही पूरा जड़ से उखाड़ लेते हैं। नहीं तो हमारे यहाँ ये अमलताश, अपना आंवला, हरड़ बहड़ा आंवला के, इसके सारे पौधे बहुत ज्यादा पूरे ही लगे हैं, पूरा हम लोग पढ़ाते ही हैं पूरे। अब तो हमारे MD भी हो रही है देवगुण में। तो आप ऋषिकुल गुरुकुल का तो लोकल पे ही है, इसको विजिट करिए। बच्चों को मेडिसिन के जैसे आप आएंगे, आप प्रिंसिपल साहब को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, वो आपको देवगुण से कोई भी कोएडिटर और कोई भी एक असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर को भी साथ दे देगा, जो बच्चों को बहुत अच्छे से गाइड करेगा। और अगर उनको जरूरत पड़ती है तो एक लीफ है या कोई चीज है, वो उसको कलेक्ट भी कर सकते हैं, उसके अपने पैड पे रख के हर्बेरियम के लिए। और नॉलेज तो रहेगी फिर एक वहीं पर गार्डन में एक लेक्चर हो जाएगा हमारे यहाँ के टीचिंग फैकल्टी से।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर द इनविटेशन। और मैं जरूर कन्वे करूंगी मैसेज अपने प्रिंसिपल सर को।
दो I am a retired person from Rishikul College, but still बोल देंगे तो हो जाता है, कोई ऐसा दिक्कत नहीं है।
बढ़िया जी।
जी सर, मैं आपके कांटेक्ट में रहूंगी सर। प्लीज आप अपना कांटेक्ट नंबर जो है
सबसे पहले मैंने लिखा है चैट बॉक्स में 9897284154।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
मधु जी, थैंक यू सो मच। प्लीज कंटिन्यू टू इंटरेक्ट, कि प्लीज जोड़ते रहिए जी, क्योंकि वी नीड योर हेल्प।
थैंक यू सर। आई मस्ट थैंक ऑल ऑफ यू सर। आप सब इतने एक्सपीरियंस्ड हैं और इतना रिसर्च किया हुआ है। आई एम लकी टू बी द पार्ट ऑफ दिस वेबिनार।
We are so lucky you have joined us. We feel
आज
lucky.
आपने अपने आप से ज्वाइन किया, मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई। आज आपने अपने आप ज्वाइन किया, मैंने आपका नाम देखा, मैंने फॉर्म नोट किया।
सर, मेरे को घर में क्योंकि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हैं और कॉलेज के लिए मुझे एवरीडे लेक्चर। हाँ जी सर।
Being a botanist, you developed the interest to know how the medicinal plants value. So it's quite good. We are honored to see you in our platform. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Same here. Thank you very much for joining us today. Please continue to, and then these discussions are very important, क्योंकि इसमें से will come a new perspective कि कैसे करें इसको। बॉटनी और द्रव्य गुण की वो बातचीत जो होनी है, उसको कैसे करें, उसको कैसे अब तिवारी जी है हमारे साथ, तिवारी जी की तरफ, we can bring some amazing interactions गांव के level पे भी, my feeling. So with those
Madan ji, for 2 seconds,
please,
only.
Please, Damaji, all yours.
Every lady of the household knows that Lakshmi Tulasi gives wealth. That's why they breed and they keep in the houses. But they do not know the categories of Tulasis are many. Out of them, Krishna Tulasi is better to improve the intelligence. This was in my Gurudeva's reference. Krishna Tulasi buddhi को बढ़ाता है.
इसकी दोमाजी, how do you इसको प्रयोग कैसे करते हो? Is it to be taken with honey or is it to be taken with ghee और कैसे इसकी अनुपान कुछ है इसकी जब आप तुलसी की बात करते हैं?
मदन जी, तुलसी को as it is लिया जाता है. सुबह में जैसा ही पूजा पाठ करते हैं ना, वो लोग तुलसी दल लेते हैं. ये रिवाज है हिंदू घरों, हिंदू कम्युनिटी में. तो तुलसी को जिस किसी तरीका में लिए तो वो यूजफुल होता है. लेकिन हर तुलसी जो है ना सर्दी को मिटाता, जैसा कोविड के बारे में अपन डिस्कस कर रहे थे, फिर उसको रिपीट कर रहे तो काफी समय लग जाएगा. लेकिन इतना ही आई वांट टू ब्रिंग टू द नोटिस ऑफ द हाउस होल्ड वाइफ्स दैट कृष्णा तुलसी helps to improve the intelligence of the right, bringing from 3 years old to up to old age. And Krishna Tulasi is useful to improve intelligence, and whereas very less people know, because this was the reference in my Gurudeva's pravachana. That is why I am bringing. Yeah, if analysis is being done like Agnihotriji and all, there may be people actually bringing to the common platform. Thank you very much.
Here is a simple employment generation, skill development. These are all issues for Hindustan right now, connecting with the rural development. Today, if I go to New Delhi, Domaji, and I say I want 1,000 seedlings of Krishna Tulsi, अब पूरा दिल्ली में कहीं भी नहीं मिलेगा. I think.
Should I tell you, Madan ji? In media also there is much more going on right from COVID time about Anandamarga services in Bihar, where they are distributing every day 60 to 70 medicinal plants, distributing free of cost. At the same time, food service, that means Annadana, and at the same time plantation services. That became a very informative to CM of Bihar, Nitish Kumar. Actually, he himself is inquiring how these Anandamarga people are doing.
Thank you.
At Anand Nagar, which is hill area nearby that Pundag railway station, it is totally of Anandamarga's that means contributed land. There they are bringing up so many things. They are doing so many plantation like this. They are also in Bihar also. They are distributing quite medicinal plants, not simple plants.
Very nice. Thank you, Damaji. This is a very important point. What you have said.
Madan ji, sir, देखिए, this tulsi plant was gifted to me on my 2 days back concluding ceremony in Rishikul College as a guest when I there. When I reached there, I with no bouquet, no garland, nothing, no rose this thing, and this tulsi plant was given to me, and it is surviving along with this guest of honor.
Wonderful. This is the correct way. No garland.
No garland. This shows that we are trying to manage plant presentations with this small memento and this guest of honor. But the most important is this tulsi plant. I went outside to pick it and show you as a record for archives. So this is what this is a promotion of our medicinal plant to gift, and not only gifting. Now it is ours. We used to say to our students that third year student must be allotted one tree of our Devgun Vatika, so that as long they will be there for 1 year, they have to see, they have to make clean the earth, watering for that and everything, and he will hand over to the next year student of Devgun. I have given so many views in that way, and not only this, wherever this one plant is there, if the amalki is there in front side of the wall, there should be a stroke from Bhavaprakash Nigantu of amalki, and
Wonderful.
its indication.
Wonderful.
Matra. So in this way, निकलते बैठते बच्चे घूम भी रहे होंगे तो उनको वो श्लोक भी याद हो जाएगा, अमलकी के गुण याद हो जाएंगे, उनका रसगुण विपाक याद आ जाएगा, उनका प्रयोग जंग याद हो जाएगा, और ये कहाँ प्रयोग होता है और इसकी प्रिपरेशन क्या होती है। एक एक प्लांट को इतने प्लांट दिया है जितने बाहर जो हमारी हेज के साथ साथ लगे हैं बड़े बड़े प्लांट, उनके आगे उनका श्लोक रेफरेंस और ये सब काम चाहे फ्लैक्स पे बनाया जाए चाहे वॉल पेंटिंग की जाए, ये हर स्टूडेंट का होना चाहिए। अब तो हमारे पीजी भी हो रहा है, लेकिन वही है कि कितना हो पाता है। लड़कों को आया, साइकिल चलाई, मोबाइल रिचार्ज किया, बाइक पे बैठे, रेस्टोरेंट चले गए, हिप पॉकेट पे लगा ली अपनी पॉकेट, अपनी नोटबुक, चले गए, फिर जब बुलाएंगे तो आएंगे, तो फर्क पड़ता है। हम टीचर्स बहुत कमिटेड रहे हैं, हमारी कोशिश यही है कि बच्चों को इस तरीके से ज्ञान दें, और जो निकलते हैं वो पीजी पीएचडी करते हैं। तो this is to be means encouraged in our society.
Thank you.
Gifting the plant and their restoration.
This has become a Agnyodhri ji, this is a very powerful recommendation जो आपने जो दिखाया और बताया जी, और I hope दोमा जी की comment की बिहार में free distribution of medicinal plants चल रहा आनंद मार्ग वालों का, I hope Madhu ji is listening to this, you know, कि बच्चों की connection कैसे करें।
We also been given last year on 21st Yoga Day or 2 years back some this pomegranate plant that is growing in our outside small garden. That was given by Yogi Acharya Yogi Rajneesh ji, who had been there in our speakers guest speaker 2 years back with the hands of the DM Haridwar. So this is what in Haridwar going on. As you told that we cannot get 600 Shyama Tulsi the seedlings. We can manage. We have got 3-4 nurseries. If we can inform parallelly, they can manage with the manjari. With this वो क्या उसका होता है, मंजरी से बना के वो तैयार कर लेंगे और 50-100 दे सकते हैं. That depends. और हम लोग अक्सर गिलोय का 1000 during the Roma sir सही कर रहे थे, our Rishikul has got 1000 small packing of black polythene में 1000 this Giloy, and we Giloy dandi this dental for planting, and we distributed blindly. Whosoever is interested, get it, and we have got 3, 4, 5. You take 5, distribute among your colony. We did a lot, so this is an ongoing process, and it should be continued throughout India at least.
Wonderful, yes, sir. Wonderful, ji, Agnyodhri ji. Thank you for showing us this example. Ki aapke paas hai saman. With those few words, Agnyodhri ji, you can see how our discussions have an energy of 10 bajne mein 5 minute hai ji.
It is of no use to sketch a Lakshmana Rekha of 9. It reaches 9:55 rather.
9:50.
Okay, sir. So good night. Good night.
Thank you. It's wonderful recommendation. Jo aapne last few points inspired by Doma ji and the free distribution of plants. Doma ji, thank you very much. Agnyodhri ji, pranam ji. Rakesh ji, pranam ji, namaskar ji. Or Madhu ji, namaskar ji. Thank you for being.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being with us.
देखिए सर, सब लोग देख लीजिए. This is what these things should be promoted.
This is very fitting for our session today. This can be done for all endangered plants also, you know.
I am always ready and with invented tools. I don't know when and what can be required. Just like the book of Laughter is the Best Medicine, and you also shown the book. So it is very important to be equipped with the tool.
पीलीभीत जिले में 4 अमृता ग्राम स्थापित किए हैं सर हम लोगों ने, जिनमें गिलोय हर घर में दी गई सर.
बिल्कुल, हमने 1000 प्लांट बांटा है.
और राकेश जी, हमारी तरफ से एक रिक्वेस्ट है जी, प्लीज शेयर आपके टेलीफोन नंबर अगर दे दीजिए तो इट विल बी वंडरफुल. आप हमें भी ले चलो जी तिलबित.
थैंक यू सर. जस्ट आई एम शेयरिंग.
Thank you so much. Because that is a very, very beautiful parts of Hindustan at the foothills of the mountains, and still untouched, I think, and opportunity for doing many, many high impact work. So I'm just waiting for Rakesh Ji's contact number, and then we will close this meeting. Agnihotra Ji.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I think we have distilled some good, simple recommendations, but very effective recommendations. Yes.
Sure.
Today's event was very, very nice. I once again thank all of everybody who joined us. We had a very good...
when it is in chat box, our meeting will be over. Then how can we see that this number, whether it will be there in the record of the
It will be in the record. It will be in the record. So Pavanji will have all the details, how many people attended the webinar, everything is there, and we can
that's fine.
The Zoom archive, it will all be there.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Agnihotri's should be passed to every institution of Ayurveda. It should be passed on to every institution of Ayurveda.
This is all your inspiration.
You see how the
you
discussion...
are inspiring me, and we are inspiring us, and we are doing so.
Agnihotra Ji, before we finish this, you mentioned very correctly Mayaram Munialji, and you have raised that name. He spent a lot of time in Mauritius, and because of his effort there to go out to Mauritius and understand the local plants there, we now have an Ayush professor there in Mauritius. Ish Sharma Ji is there. Or Mauritius ka Prime Minister was there at the opening of this WHO center, Jamnagar mein, or 50-bed hospital is coming in Mauritius. So some individuals are ahead of the time. Mayaram Munialji was one person ahead of his time. He was thinking way in the future, and now 20, 30 years or 40 years after his work, what he wanted to happen is happening there, and it will connect to 55 countries of Africa.
And Professor Vinod Chand Upadhyay is also a great expert in all these herbal things. And you see one important thing, near to this Tulsi plant, mosquitoes are not coming.
Never come.
This is it. I have got this mosquito repeller, but I was disturbed. But since I am holding it, you might be thinking that why I am not keeping it away. I am keeping, as long I am keeping, no mosquito
will come anywhere near.
Wandering around me. This is
Amazing.
one plus point. That's why
is it Lakshmi Tulsi, Vishnu Tulsi, which Tulsi, Agnihotri Ji?
ये अभी हमने नहीं देखा, परसों जो लाए हैं, हमने रख दिया बाहर, थोड़ा प्लांट पे धूप लगता है, पानी लगता है। मेरे ख्याल से रामा तुलसी है, श्यामा नहीं होगी। इसे रामा तुलसी, लक्ष्मी तुलसी है।
Maybe.
लक्ष्मी है। आप देखिए, आप पहचानिए, देखिए।
मैं इससे पहचान नहीं सकता, क्योंकि उसका डंडा वो सब देख करके तब
नहीं, अभी बहुत छोटा, अभी स्मॉल प्लांट, वेरी स्मॉल प्लांट से 4 inches, 4-5 inches plant है simple.
Usually everywhere it will be distributed. Lakshmi Tulsi, Agnihotri Ji.
Yes, you see, this is Lakshmi Tulsi.
Might be Lakshmi Tulsi. Might be Lakshmi. The culture is such.
We say Rama Tulsi, Rama and Shyama. Rama means Lakshmi.
Yeah. Might be. Lakshmi Tulsi or Ramdev, number of Tulsi.
Ramdev is also making some this all-out type liquid for repelling mosquitoes. So they are also it is also used the Tulsi oil or some decoction in that form with some neem oil or Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Agnihotra Ji, I want to thank everybody here with us today, and thank you. Rakesh Ji, thank you for staying us so late. I know it is very late.
Now it is completely 10.
10 baj gaya. So we started at 6 o'clock, and we have shared a lot of valuable information today. Domaji, namaskar. Thank you for sharing.
Good night, sir.
Rakesh Ji, Shivratri. Shivratri. Thank you. Pavanji, I think Pavanji is...
Pavanji already in Shivratri.
Shivratri. Chalo ji. Agnihotra Ji, Pranam Ji, Namaskar. Good night. Good night. Good night. Rakesh Ji, good night. Domaji, good night. Namaskar Ji.